Okay, welcome to everybody, to the people that are on screen, and the many people that are attending, and all the others that will watch this video live on Facebook or later on in the next days or weeks. My name is Gabriele Boccaccini. I am the director of the INOS seminar, and I am very pleased to welcome all the panelists and to introduce this meeting that was to celebrate the new Oxford translation of the Mishnah. We are very pleased to have collected a group of such distinguished speakers and panelists this morning for a colloquium that is divided in two parts. In the first part, we will focus on the translation, of the new translation of the Mishnah, and the problem involved in this translation. In the second panel, instead, we will discuss on the place of the Mishnah in the history of Jewish thought, and in particular on the issue of the use of the Mishnah for the understanding and the knowledge of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins. I would like to thank all the institutions that with the INOS seminar have sponsored this event, starting from the Schusterman Center for Judaic Studies at the University of Texas, Austin, Vanderbilt University, the United States Naval Academy, Joseph and Rebecca Merhoff Center for the Jewish Studies at the University of Maryland, the Frankel Center for Judaic Studies at the University of Michigan, and the Michigan Center for Early Christian Studies. We are very grateful for the support that all these institutions have provided and for the work they are doing in the field of Judaic studies. Without any further delay, I would like to leave the floor, the video, to Philip Lieberman, who is the chair of the first panel. Thanks, Phil, for joining us and for leading this first panel.
Thanks so much, Gabrielle. Good morning and welcome. My name is Phil Lieberman, and I serve as Associate Professor of Jewish Studies and Law at Vanderbilt University, as well as Chair of the Department of Classics. However, I come to you today from the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, where I'm currently on military leave serving the Department of History. You may see behind me some of our amazing midshipmen, and I'm delighted to bring them to our workshop this morning, as our learning together happens to have engaged questions of ancient Judaism over the past week. For anyone who has ever tried to read anything in a language other than their native tongue, or for anyone who has ever translated anything into another language, or for that matter, for anyone who's ever used Google Translate, the difficulty of bringing a text from one language to another is immediately evident. When in Genesis 31, Jacob and Laban gather stones to attest to a truce between them, Jacob calls the monument Gal-Ed, and Laban calls it Yegar Sahaduta. From ancient times, Jewish readers have noted that one is simply a translation of the other, although the 19th century commentator Naftali Yehuda Tzvi Yehuda Berlin, known as the Netziv, suggests otherwise, differentiating between what he might have expected, Sahada, and the biblical text, Sahaduta. The Netziv then uses the difference between the expected term and the term in the received text as exegetical fodder. I myself have begun working on a translation project for the last 11 or so years, as my Vanderbilt colleague Len Goodman and I have translated Moses Maimonides' 12th century philosophical classic, The Guide to the Perplexed, from its original Judeo-Arabic into English. The eminent Arabist Franz Rosenthal is said to have quipped that every Arabic word has a basic meaning, a second meaning, which is the exact opposite of the first, a third meaning, which refers to either a camel or a horse, and a fourth meaning so obscure that you'll have to look it up for yourself. Yet English words have their own broad semantic range, which only lines up imperfectly with the Arabic. Thus, choosing an English word to correspond to the Arabic may be thought of as an art every bit as much as a science. It was my own challenges with translation that led me to suggest to my colleague Jonathan Kaplan of the University of Texas that we might organize today's workshop on the new monumental translation of the Mishnah, and Jonathan's stroke of genius that we might partner with the Enoch Seminar in this endeavor. The title of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah is rather reserved and perhaps even humble, because much of the significance of this work lies in the so-called annotations, which serve to deepen the reader's understanding of the text itself and to provide context for it. At times, translators will explain their choice of one or another term for a foreign term. In other translations, this can come off as apologetic, but here it thickens the reader's experience and brings the reader along a journey through the text and its world. These annotations also make a terse, complicated, and elliptical text intelligible to both the novice and the initiated reader. The introductions to the Mishnah's various tractates inform the reader of structural issues, helping the reader know what is to come. They also illuminate the relationship of the Mishnah to Scripture, highlighting the simultaneous partnership and tension understood by the rabbis to exist between the written and oral Torah. We're privileged today to have two of the three editors of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah with us, and to mourn the passing of the third editor, Professor Robert Goldenberg of Stony Brook University, just over 2 years ago. Our panel this morning will begin with informal presentations from these editors, and will be followed by an open discussion led by four of the contributors to this epic project. Professor Shaye Cohen, our first presenter, is the Littauer Professor of Hebrew Literature and Philosophy in the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures at Harvard University. Professor Cohen is the author or editor of some 10 books and 60 articles, most often exploring the boundary between Jews and Gentiles and between Judaism and its surrounding cultures. What I tell my students is the essential question of the field of Jewish studies. This question will also inform our second panel today as we explore the Mishnah and the study of Second Temple Judaism and its Christian origins. Our second presenter is Professor Hayim Lapin, the Robert H. Smith Professor of History at the University of Maryland, author of or editor of 6 books, as far as I can tell, and some 30 articles, although I suspect his CV is out of date. And among other things, most importantly to me, an eminent scholar of the economy and demography of the Jews in Mediterranean antiquity. Their presentations will be followed by an open discussion to include 4 discussants: Liz Alexander of the University of Virginia, Michal Bar-Asher-Siegel of Ben-Gurion University, currently visiting at Harvard Law School, Greg Gardner of the University of British Columbia, and Richard Saracen of Hebrew Union College. Before we begin, I wish simply to thank our participants for their time and their willingness to engage in this public forum, as well as our lead organizers, Jonathan Kaplan, whom I've already mentioned, Joshua Scott of the Enoch Seminar at Augsburg University, and Gabriele Boccaccini, also of the Enoch Seminar and of the University of Michigan, who mentioned our institutional sponsors as well. So without further ado, I welcome Professor Cohen to the virtual podium. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for coming up with this idea of this great online conference. Thank you to my colleague Hayim Lapin, who as always is very helpful. And I share Philip's words of lament. Alas, Bob Goldenberg cannot be here with us. And I see my face is now in the dark. I don't know how that happened. All of a sudden it's dark. Joshua, can you fix that?
Regrettably, no. You will need to close the shade behind you so your camera can adjust its iris naturally.
Right, let me try that. Is that better? Is that worse? Well, I think it's worse.
I was going to say yes. You're very dark now.
Try this. Is that better?
I think that's fine. We can hear you well.
Okay, then I was going to go ahead. So, and we lament, of course, the Robert Goldenberg's early demise, and obviously he's not here with us, but we do think of him whenever, at least I think of him whenever I look at the Oxford Annotated Mishnah. So, where did the Oxford Annotated Mishnah come from? This is my 10 minutes of fame, just to describe briefly what happened. We're all familiar with the 1-volume study Bibles, annotated Bibles, the Oxford Annotated Bible, the Oxford New Oxford Annotated Bible, and so on and so on, so on. One day, I don't remember how many years ago it was, more than 10, probably around 15, when I was holding the Jewish Study Bible, and I said to myself, who needs an annotated Jewish Study Bible? What the world needs is an annotated Mishnah. The Bible is easy. The Mishnah is hard. And what the world needs is a 1-volume annotated Mishnah paralleling 1-volume annotated Bible. So this was how the project began. And I, in my hubris, thought, well, gee, how hard can this be? I'll just sit down and do it. I've been studying Mishnah since the 6th grade. So how hard can it be to translate the entire Mishnah? So I did half a tractate Shabbat because I'm interested in the history of Sabbath law. And then I did some quick calculation about how long it took me to do half of tractate Shabbat and how long it would likely take me to finish up the rest of the Mishnah, the rest of the other 62 and a half tractates in the Mishnah. And I realized I would not live long. I realized even if the Holy One, blessed be He, were to grant me a full life, it would not suffice for the task at hand. So the task gradually evolved from Shaye Cohen thinking he could do it all by himself in a one volume annotated Mishnah to a project with 3 editors, 50 contributors, 2,500 pages spread out over 3 large and heavy duty volumes. Just a lesson in humility. What was the problem? The problem was that the Mishnah is very hard, and the Mishnah remains very hard. And I'm going to let Chaim, who will speak to you about some of our translation issues and how we work. We 3 editors did not always get along. We often argued about translations, and we often argued most of all about whether the translation of a passage over here should affect my translation of the passage over there. So I said, I'll let Chaim solve that one. I'm not sure in the end of the day we solved all these problems. We solved some of them, and others we just, at some point, we just were desperate to finish. Well, thank God we did finish, except for Bob, but the rest of us, we get to see it. So let me explain briefly what this one volume annotated Mishnah was meant to be. Again, I began the project with Oxford as a 1 volume annotated Bible, annotated Mishnah. It turned out to be a 3 volume annotated Mishnah. Okay, so what can I do? Why does the world need another annotated Mishnah? First of all, there aren't very many annotated Mishnahs out there, especially if you're looking for one in a short compass. That is to say, if you want a multi-volume annotated edition of the Mishnah, then you have plenty to choose from. 6 volumes, 8 volumes, 12 volumes, 13, 20. I mean, they go on and on. And I seem to be sitting in the dark once again, Joshua. The goal of our project was to make the Mishnah accessible. Our competition. Whom are we competing with in our Mishnah? Basically 2. We have the Herbert Danby's 1 volume Mishnah from 1933, and we have Jacob Neusner's 1 volume Mishnah from Yale University Press. These are 2 academic 1 volume English translations of the Mishnah, and our goal is to surpass them, not because they're bad, but because we can do better, or we have a slightly different vision of the project. And our vision included annotation. The problem with Neusner's 1 volume English translation, is it has no annotations whatsoever. It has plenty of white space, makes it easier on the eye to read it, but it has no annotations whatsoever except for an occasional biblical reference. The problem with Danby, is that he squeezed it all into 1,000 pages. Except the Mishnah needs more than that. The problem with Danby is the print is very small, very squished together on the page, very few footnotes, and the footnotes are often very, very hard to read because the text is so small and there's so little white space on the page. Neusner gives you lots of white space, but Danby gives you almost none. But Danby at least has a few more annotations than Neusner, and Neusner gives you none. So our goal was to walk on the golden mean to create a 1 volume, 3 volume, annotated translation that would, here comes the key word, make the Mishnah accessible. The Mishnah has to be accessible. In its literal translated form, it is not accessible. This I know from teaching adults, from teaching college kids, from teaching whoever who will listen, right? The Mishnah unannotated is incomprehensible. The Mishnah unannotated is very hard. It's like rock, So it needs annotation to open it to the reader. So our goal was to take the Mishnah text, which in its current form is inaccessible, and to turn it into an accessible text. So what makes the Mishnah accessible? So here are some of the key points. All English like Herbert Danby. There are no Hebrew characters anywhere in the book. I don't want to scare away people who don't have Hebrew. I want people who don't have Hebrew to look at, to be curious, to look and see, what is this mysterious book that I've heard of? What is it? What's going on in this book? So all English, no Hebrew characters. We have a great debate in our 3 editors about transliterating versus translating. We were never quite entirely consistent on that, and I really feel guilty. We probably are somewhat inconsistent. I'll let Chaim deal with that issue. We have an introduction to each tractate. So each tractate has an introduction with the same set of questions, which we've asked each editor to contribute, to respond to. Explaining what the tractate is about, how the tractate is organized, what are the main themes, the main ideas. All of that is done in each introduction to each of the 63 tractates. And we have an outline of each tractate. Next, like Neusner's edition, I like white space. Problem with Danby is there's so little white space, it hurts the eyes and it's impossible to read. Neusner had the bright idea of having a lot of white space on the page and arranging the text as if they were lines of poetry. So we have relatively short lines. We were not 100% consistent on this, as we were not 100% consistent on anything in this project. If it takes 12 years to do it, over 3 people and 50 contributors, you're going to have some inconsistency. I freely plead guilty to that, and I'll let Chaim solve that one. So we have transliteration, we have translation, but the point is, we try to make it accessible through these line breaks like poetry, so to give you short lines, a lot of white space. It's annotation, not a commentary. This is what I instructed the contributors many times. You give enough information to the reader so the text makes sense. That's your goal as a translator and annotator. Provide enough information to the reader so the text makes sense. And once you do that, stop, which was always the hardest part. Stop. Don't go on and on and on. There are 12 different ways of construing the Mishnah. The Maimonides disagrees with the Bartanura. Oh, I don't want that. That's bad. That interferes with accessibility. It doesn't enhance accessibility. It interferes with it. So the goal is to provide enough information to the reader so the text makes sense. Another thing is that our annotations and translations are not beholden to any commentary to any school. Right? I told the contributors, you translate it the way that you think is the simplest and best way to construe the text. If you don't know what that is, that's why God gave you annotations, which you try to explain to the reader the simplest, plainest, most self-evident interpretation of the Mishnah. Whether they succeeded or not, I don't know. I said in the end, we wound up with not one contributor working on his own, but rather 50 contributors working with 3 editors and then the last 2 editors. I am fully aware of the fact that there are not probably mistakes in it. I'm sure there are mistakes in it, and I rue them every time I open the text. I always worry I'm going to find another typo or another mistake. And we found a small bunch of typos. I won't tell you where they are. There's a small bunch of typos. I think as a whole, we did a pretty good job. Although at this point, I would tell you I would like to go back and change a few things, but that's not going to happen. Thank you so much to the organizers of this conference, this mini conference, to discuss the Mishnah, not just the annotated Mishnah, but the Mishnah. That's fun, and thank you all.
Thanks so much, Professor Cohen. Professor Lapin, would you share a few words as well?
So first of all, I want to thank Phil Lieberman and Jonathan Kaplan for organizing the session, and Gabriella Boccaccini and the Enoch Seminar for hosting it, and especially to Joshua Scott for doing all the heavy lifting. And to thank a number of academic departments, including my own Joseph and Rebecca Meyerhoff Program and Center for Jewish Studies at Maryland. I also want to acknowledge Shaye Cohen, who initially conceived of this project and brought a former student along when the project consisted, as he already said, of part of Tractate Shabbat, and also the late and much missed Bob Goldenberg, also a former teacher, who died when the Mishnah edition was really in the final stages of production. So one of the problems that we faced as translators, just from a technological point of view, is how much to allow the ability of modern technology to communicate with one another, to shape the text of the whole, how much to use, how much in that sense to impose or ask readers to self-impose, contributors to self-impose standards of translation. So we envisioned a collaborative process, and I went back and looked at very robust exchanges from 2011 about certain kinds of issues. But we envisioned a collaborative process in which participants would share queries over a listserv and an evolving list of standard translations that participants would refer to in preparing, a shared repository of works in progress. We created lists of parallel passages. And we asked contributors, and I remember doing this specifically in the case of Zvachim and Menachot, where tractates had overlapping presentations, overlapping terminology, overlapping organization, to coordinate with one another. That was the goal. It was a goal, but we also, as Shaye has already said, gave the exact opposite message. You as the contributor are in charge of what this text means. You're in charge of how to explain what's going on, how close to the traditional to the classical commentaries, how much philological detail to incorporate in the annotations, what constitutes a major variant, and so on. And what we end up with is, in many senses, inevitably, and this is not a bad thing, it's a descriptive, it's a description on my part, a mixed bag, something that tries to do multiple things at once. It tries to develop a certain amount of consistency across a corpus, while at the same time respecting the expertise and knowledge of the individual participants. I'm not sure what the best way to give some insight into translation issues is, but here are some examples of issues that came up that are representative of bigger problems. And I'll start with a couple of, I'll go from the broadest to the most technical, and if there's no time for the most technical, we'll all survive. So the first had to do with representing the Mishnah's diction in general, right? So there was in 2011, we had a very robust conversation on a listserv about how to translate the Mishnah's use of the plural participle, right? Ein omdim litpalel or maskirim gvurot gshamim, right? Do we translate that participle? May, must, should, is the implied subject one, they, we, and there was actually no. We did sort of develop a certain amount of consensus, but the thing that I want to address here is the issue that we're trying to render for the reader some of the complexity of the language of the Mishnah, and the question is how much of the ambiguity, how much of the structure of the language do we telegraph through the translation. Then there were issues that bordered on or touched upon contemporary ethics or contemporary issues as opposed to what we thought was going on in the text. So in addition to our own various policies of translation as we developed them, Oxford had a policy of not using gendered pronouns when avoidable. But as Shaye has argued in print, one could make a very good argument that the person, the human being, the legal person of the Mishnah is an adult male, right? And other people are not quite persons. And so perhaps every ambiguous pronoun should be rendered he on purpose, right? To reflect the sort of gendered structure of the assumptions underlying. And similarly in categorizations like cheresh, shotev, katan, one who is deaf and dumb, one who legally incompetent, and one who is a minor. right? Do we use one who language, one who is language? Do we use, do we emphasize the disability because that's what's at issue in the Mishnah, right? The question of whether these people are capable of making decisions based on the assumptions that the text makes about their ability to reason and ability to have legal personhood. And then there were all sorts of issues that became that are somewhat more technical. I want to be mindful of time, but I'll try to give a couple of examples. Again, another general issue: do we attempt to align legal terminology with Roman law or common law? And do we have the expertise to do that across the corpus? And then there are more specific issues where we'd be inclined to literally translate the words, but they are actually don't actually mean what we want the reader to think they mean, right? So the expression shemen srefa, burning oil or oil to be burnt, right, has a very specific reference to the practices of truma, of heave offering, right? Here's another case of what is a heave offering, right? Of truma that's set aside for the priest and must be kept in purity, and if it becomes impure, must be burnt. And how is that? And whether one can make use of shemen srefa for other purposes. Shaya's conclusion was truma oil that must be burnt. In the two tractates that I mentioned earlier in Menachot and Zvachim, we have the expression, we have the paired expressions, but somebody sacrificing chutz lizmano or chutz limkomo, right, outside of its place or outside of its appointed time. But underlying that text is about the intention to do it. It's the mind of the intentionality of the sacrificer at the moment of sacrifice, rather than where the person is or when the person is. And then, having mentioned truma, there's a question of how much we retain older biblical translations, older biblical spellings of people's names. So we have Simeon, but Yosef. But to go back to the King James, right? Do we have what is a heave offering in English? Does it help the reader to have a heave offering in the text rather than truma? Is one more expressive than the other, or everybody's favorite? We used it as in examples. The example that the King James used for the lechem hapanim, the showbread, which was an innovation of the translators. What is a showbread, right? This just translating in the Mishnah, lechem hapanim as showbread, referring back to a biblical translation, help the reader in any way to understand what's going on, or even to target it in the text. So those are some of the issues that we raised. I hope that we can address other things as they come up in the discussion, and I hope I haven't overstayed my welcome.
Not at all, Professor Lapin. Thanks so much for that introduction. And we'll now move into an open discussion with our four panelists. And Professor Lapin, please feel free to join in to the discussion as well. I don't know if we can put all of them on the screen. That is up to Professor Scott, who's going to work his magic.
Phil, how do you want us to proceed? Just to jump in, or go around the room? Or
If you please jump in.
Favorite howlers.
Okay, Richard Saracen. So I was one of the early people brought on. I remember very, very well in 2010, 2011, some of these discussions back and forth about that Chaim and Shaye talk about. And let me just say at the outset how grateful I am as a participant to Shaye and to Chaim and to Bob Goldenberg for initiating this work and seeing it through to conclusion. This is a major headache type project, and where you have 52 collaborators. And the final results are spectacular. They really are. Let me just say, as someone who teaches this material and who works with this material in my own research, the way the project was conceived and executed, the final project is extremely useful. There really is nothing else like it. There's nothing that has the adequate annotation besides this. I contributed tractates Berachot and Demai. I have worked on Demai off and on now for almost 50 years. It was part of my doctoral dissertation, and have gone back over it numerous times and refined translations. And the issues that Chaim raised those are the issues of translation. As everybody knows, Mishnaic diction is highly elliptical, in part because it's stylistically very pithy, and because it's an in-group literature constructed for people who already know what they're talking about. Hence, there's a lot that's not stated and that has to be filled in. The difference, say, between what was done in this translation and what you find, for example, on Sefaria in the Koren Steinsaltz, where they translate Steinsaltz rather than the Talmud. You have a translation that almost gets lost in the explanation. And that is not what was the aim of this project. Keep the translation as close as possible to the language of the original. Some of the issues that Chaim just talked about are something that I go back over all the time when I teach Mishnaic Hebrew, for example, how one renders the plural participle used as a subject, and the modal imperfect, right? Does it mean may? Does it mean must? Does it mean should? And does context determine which of those modes is appropriate? These are real issues. And how one renders the technical terms. There are so many technical terms in the Mishnah. Truma is one of those terms, and it's not a heave offering unless heaving doesn't mean in the 16th century what it means today, and so like showbread. So it's the priestly gift. There's so many nuances of the work that I think were well negotiated. You'll never have perfect agreement about everything, but I think the 3 volumes stand as what, to my mind, is now the most accessible, the most usable, the most academically accurate representation in the English language of the Mishnah.
So hi, I'm Liz Alexander, and I served as a translator of Tractate Shavuot, which, as Richard said, was in my case, Shavuot was the topic of my doctoral dissertation, and so I want to again thank the the editors for bringing me on very, very early, and I also I think the conversation over the email about the plural participle was so animated that it really stays in everybody's mind who was on the listserv at that time. And like Richard, I continue to this day to refer to that when teaching Mishnah, sort of in a sense letting students into the back door. What does it look like the issue that they're having trouble with, what does this plural participle mean, in fact, was a highly contested issue for the translators. So I just want to speak, I think in my comments, you'll hear echoes of what a number of people have said. First of all, I loved the choice of the editors to do the layout that has these, broken lines or line breaks, that has the feel, that has the look, as Shaye said, of poetry. What I would add to that is that as somebody myself who studies, whose work has focused on the oral character of Mishnah, I liked that format because it allowed me to convey in English what I would say is the rhythm of the Hebrew. So, there's the question of what is it that you're conveying, both in your word choices. And I mean, there's always a question of how, when you're working in one language, you give over the feel of another language, especially in the case of the Mishnah, where so much of the language is, even in the original, is difficult for someone to understand. So that was a choice. Shaye spoke about it in terms of having white on the page. But for me, the real power of the line breaks was the way in which that mimics poetry and the way in which that allows the translator to represent the rhythm of the language, and the echoes, which I think is a very important key for the reader, a point of access, which is really, really lost in the Danby altogether. So that's point number one I wanted to reflect on. Point number two, and this I think also echoes what Richard said, what Shaye said. For me, I had a very clear audience in mind, and that was my undergraduates at the University of Virginia, public university. I would say 80% of my students are not Jewish, probably haven't heard of the Mishnah. And in that context, the annotations were really, really the key that makes it a document that they can work with, at least just to read it at night and come home and, of course, come back to class, and of course we'll unpack it. But it gives them a few more tools to feel comfortable with just looking at the page, because otherwise, frankly, I think for the students that I work with at the undergraduate level, the complexity of the legal issues, the density of the language, the telegraphed character of the Mishnah really, really makes it difficult for a novice to, make much sense of a translation like the Danby. So that, that audience for me was very, very clear. I think one thing that I struggled with, as Chaim spoke about, is the ethical issue of how to render that that anonymous subject. And it's interesting, I was actually looking at my translation last night, and I had this recollection that that everything got turned into, every anonymous subject got turned into one who, one as. And when I saw it last night, I was impressed actually to realize how many he's I had. So even with the best of intentions, I tried to reconstruct a logic that underlay my translation strategy, but I'm not, maybe if we want, we could try to get into that later. But the final point that I would share is there was also a decision made by the editors to use the base text of Albeck. And that was the one choice that was actually a difficult choice for me, which I if I had it to do over again, I would have at the very beginning maybe pushed back at the editors. Because what so the Albec is a received text. But if you are trying to render the text, what's the word? Accessible, clear to the reader, there was one case in particular where the received text, the printed text, is essentially incomprehensible from a logical and a legal standpoint. And so the medieval commentaries do all kinds of fancy legwork to make that particular passage clear, to make it make sense, as you know, with the received text. And so that, and I really faced a question about how to, what to include in the annotation, because really what I thought was the text was wrong, and it was so clear when you looked at the manuscripts, what, you know, the whole problem fell away. And so there was this complication of trying to convey to the reader a logical explanation of the received text that had some coherence based on medieval commentaries, and at the same time to say, look, this really makes no sense. And so really the preferred reading should be with K and with P, with the Kaufman and Parma manuscripts. So that was one that was one interesting, you know, just sort of to again kind of give insight into the process that gets covered up in the beautiful volume. But I echo everybody's just enormous gratitude to have this, for me, especially as a teaching resource.
Thank you. Michal or Greg, would either of you like to say a few words?
I can start. Greg, is that okay? Do you want to go first? Okay, so thank you very much for the organizers and a chance to reflect on this project, and really an incredible, when Shaye was talking about lesson in humility, I really can appreciate that, and I think we all can. I wrote my translation interpretation of Chagiga while on bed rest with my now 9.5-year-old. So this is how long it took to see this happening, and it's really worth it, and the project and its challenges. When I was thinking of what to say today and listening to, especially to Chaim, and the challenges of working off such a collaborative project with so many people, and I thought of focusing on what doing this translation meant for me. Like what did I learn by doing this translation? And I think it kind of touches on some of the stuff that Liz said too, the rhythm and finding the rhythm. I like that one, but I think, so I don't know if you guys remember, this was I don't know, we had very, I think, primitive ways of communicating. There were email chains of people sending, I don't know, someone would send a question about how to translate a term, and then there would be like 15 emails responding, and it was very weird in a sense, but very challenging. So I think for me, the unevenness of the fact that there were people from different fields and different focuses who asked specific questions that I didn't even think of asking, or translation question. So for example, the gender issue, which I'm totally with Shaye on the male thing. I don't like hiding what we're dealing with, but this was a serious question, but we came at it from different angles, and it really, even in those primitive days of chains of emails, it really came to the fore, the fact that we were doing this from different angles and different people with different interests. So the unevenness of the project and the challenge of bringing everyone together was a big deal. But also, I think for me, it highlighted the unevenness of the text itself, right? So different tractates and different orders really represented different challenges, very, very different challenges, which for me made me think more than anything about redaction of this text and how it came to be. So through the process of translating, I really got to thinking much more about, and the fact that it was done by different people from with different interests really got me thinking about the process. So for me as a scholar, translating, I think, made me much more aware of the formation question and redaction question having to do with this text itself. So for that was, I think, a crucial question. Another question that I think got me very, I think, excited I'm Israeli, as you can probably tell from my accent, and translating into English was not an easy fit. That was, I think, the fact that, non-English speakers were incorporated in this project as well, presents its own challenges. And again, I'll never do it again. That's my conclusion in general, not to do translation. I was offered to participate in a French translation, and I said, I've learned my lesson. I will not do that again, not translate to a language that's not my own. It was very difficult to do, but it also made me realize how important it is to learn rabbinic literature in English. We skate things, we kind of skip through them as Hebrew speakers. I think it's kind of banal, but I think doing the translation really made me realize how much we do it. As Hebrew speakers, we assume a lot of things when we read the text, and we kind of let them slide, or we kind of like just lay it out there in the Hebrew and not address it. And when you have to address it in a translation, first of all, it's hard. And second, I think it shows, and this has to do with a local discussion we have here in Israel, what's the language to learn? And there's a lot of pushback on switching to English and publishing in English versus Hebrew. I'm all for English. It pushes us to understand the Hebrew text and in its, in its own time and place, a different Hebrew, or not a different Hebrew, but the working with these texts in translation makes us better scholars. And so for me, I know that this really pushed me towards engaging with my scholarship in English rather than in Hebrew, because I think this is important. So this, I think, is a side note as well. And lastly, I want to talk about the intended audience. So I kept, my comments on us scholars and what it did to me as a scholar to engage in such translation. By the way, I chose Chagiga because I wanted to deal with a Mishnah that I've been teaching for like 10 years by then about the mountain hanging by a string. And that's a Mishnah that really bothered me, and I wanted to engage more in it. And I honestly, the translation pushed me to try to solve the linguistic issue. What is mountain hanging by a string? So I got an article out of it, and I solved the mystery that bugged me for a very long time. So that was a good thing. Too bad I didn't check Chagiga in total before I committed to that more seriously, because that was a tough one to deal other than that specific Mishnah, which was fun. But in any case, so that I kept my remarks on the contribution for the translators themselves, which is me, the scholars. But when we think about the intended audience, I think that's where this Mishnah, I think, is, I'm very proud to be part of this. And I'm extremely grateful for Shaye and Hayim and Rob and Bob Goldenberg for doing this, because I think this is a truly monumental effort. Because I think, and we should do much more of it. This is bringing scholarship to a wider audience in a clear and accessible access, and manuscript variation done very lightly and very non-threateningly, but there, and incorporating in the interpretation common knowledge for us scholars, not so common in the audience, but doing this on an Arabic basis and using the printed edition, which was a decision to do, allowing people who don't have an academic background to find the Mishnah and the words they're looking for, and not having to deal with a text that's different. I think the decision that were made and the final products really show, I think, a very brave and very good decision. I think this is an incredible project. And I think it should have been done, and I'm glad to be and happy and proud to be part of it. And I salute the editors for doing it.
Thanks so much. Greg, would you like to say a few words?
Thanks. My name is Greg Gardner from the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, and I translated Tractate Peah, which is Corners of the Field. It talks about all sorts of gifts to the poor. And I'll be brief. A lot of the things I thought to say have actually already been said. But just, I guess, quickly, I want to thank, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this panel, and of course, the editors of the volume. It's really just a massive amount of work. I imagine that and at the beginning, bringing other people onto the project probably seemed like it would save time, but that it could also be difficult, I imagine, because a lot of people you're drawing on the people who are experts on their tractates. So I had just finished a dissertation on Tractate Peah of all things. I was really excited to be able to have this opportunity to get this work out to a broader audience. I knew that some of my work would reach, scholars, but the opportunity to get this out more broadly, that was really what attracted me to the project. And I think a few things. I think one of the things that Shaye mentioned that hasn't been picked up on quite yet was, or Chaim, I apologize, everything's becoming a little conflated in my head, but we asked the editors asked the individual translators to give just enough so that one could understand the basic meaning of the text and then stop. So the stopping part was actually really hard. I think a lot of us who've been working on these tractates or just working on rabbinics for so long had so much to say, and we wanted it all to get out and be published by Oxford University Press, right? And we left a lot of stuff on the cutting room floor, but I think that is what makes for a good editor to keep, or good editors to keep their minds on the end goal, which is to keep it short. And if the original version of my translation, which was like 4 times as long as what was published, was actually published, it would undo, I think, the goals of the volume, right? Which is to make it accessible. So, we can speak about maybe there's another project out there for a more longer commentary for a more narrow audience. But the idea here to provide a brief study annotation of a text, and not only provide a work that replaces Neusner and Gamby's earlier volumes, but really an effort to put the Mishnah literally on the shelf next to the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament and other works for which there already has been this kind of volume, I think is a really, really important thing to do, to put it within the family of texts that gets consulted on a regular basis in undergraduate religious studies classes, as Liz mentioned, and so on. I think the question about how and when and how to fill in the gaps of the text was a big one for me. I really tried to block off medieval commentaries and even the Talmuds. I really tried to just focus in on Tannaitic literature, and that was just sort of my own MO. And there are places where I could not make sense of it without some later commentaries, but for the most part, I think 90% or so just tried to stick to the Tannaitic layer. But in the end, you're going to get a lot of different modes, a lot of different ways that people filled in those gaps, and I think that's what makes for an even richer volume. You can see the differences in methodology. So I think I'm actually going to just stop there and return it to, well, Phil's talking. Return it to the floor.
If I could just jump in for a second, the point that both Liz and Michal raised about variant readings and specifically the superiority of the manuscripts often vis-a-vis Albeck. One of the things, fortunately, that the editors did allow provision for was precisely footnotes in which you could indicate where there are superior readings or significant variants in the manuscript and the manuscripts, so that it is possible in the edition to see that, and in the annotations to address that.
Thanks so much, Greg and Rick, for responding to that. Before we open up the discussion a little bit, I'd also like to invite Esther Chazon of Hebrew University to say a few words.
Thank you. Am I coming across? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so full disclosure, I was not part of this project. I've been watching it for many years through Shaye's eyes mainly, and I'm enormously grateful for having this out. I've even managed to use it and to quote it. I'd like to just give a couple of insights. I think, as many people know, I was very involved in the Dead Sea Scrolls edition, a project I translated, not only edited, but translated many of the scrolls and faced many of the same issues. And I was particularly struck by something that maybe was perceived as a problem, but I think it's tremendous in terms of what it does. And that was something we also were faced with in the Dead Sea Scrolls project, which is on the one hand to create a more or less uniform framework of what each editor, translator had to do. On the other hand, Emmanuel Tove gave us a tremendous amount of rope, so to speak, as to what we could deal with in the comments. And I found that tremendously beneficial. And I think it also what enabled such a huge project as this project to reach its fruition. I want to just pick up on something that Greg said, because it was, I read through what was done on Shabbat and Ta'anit, just those two tractates in the last few days. And you were not the only one, Greg, who did that. And I was enormously grateful for it, because I found myself, I work a lot, not only in scrolls, obviously, but also in rabbinics, that I had to translate some Mishnah, some Tosefta myself, because the existing translations did not reflect what I thought the text was really saying, and that they were really influenced by a reading of the Mishnah through the Talmud, as the Talmud is often read through, Rashi, Tosfot, and so forth. And so I was very grateful to have a more Tanaitic-based, philologically based translation. And that came up. I can just give two very specific examples in Ta'anit, which I think David Levine did. Almost every commentator, including Albeck himself, translated matri'im as not just blowing or sounding the shofar, but also as fasting. And I didn't think it meant that. So I was very, very grateful now to have a translation that I could cite in my own work for that. And then to another example that really tied into an important point that Shaye made in his introduction about a great difference between the Mishnah and the Talmud in terms of it's not quoting as often biblical passages and not tying its laws to the biblical passages. In his translation of Shabbat, there's no mention of Isaiah 58:13, Dever Devar, being the basis for the restrictions on Sabbath speech. And so in his translation, he doesn't use speak, he uses say to make that difference. And also in the comments, he explains without bringing in the Talmud, although he does, hint at it, but it's based on an inner reading of the Mishnah itself. And I was very grateful for that. And last, I want to say, not only did the footnotes, I think, solve the problem of user-friendly variants, but also as translators, we're always posed, and this was a question that was raised, well, do I give a more literal translation or something more colloquial? And what if the word can mean two or three different things? So the footnotes, I noticed, allowed for that as well. And I thought that was really, really terrific, because visually, in a very succinct fashion, it's showing the reader, whether general audience or academic, that there could be other interpretations. So I thank you again. Great work, and my applause.
Thank you so much for that, Esther. Before we open questions to the group, and please do send questions that you might have to the group so that Joshua can present them to our panelists. I wonder if I could take the chair's role and present a kind of opening question. When Shaye talked about the translation, he used the word simple, right? He said we wanted to present the kind of simple translation, and then he sort of hinted at maybe contextual. And Greg spoke about thinking about the Mishnah in terms of other Tannaitic literature, providing some context. And I wonder if our panelists could talk a little bit about what simple means, right? I'm thinking, of course, of the rabbinic concept of the pshat that some scholars have looked at medieval Bible commentaries, say, and challenge the idea that pshat is the unadorned meaning, but perhaps is a rabbinic contextual meaning, and so on. So, what exactly did simple mean to you, and how did you have to kind of push how you might otherwise have translated it in order to produce the simplest translation?
So
Go ahead.
So, I mean, I think, I strongly resonate with what Greg was saying, which is that for me, the simple meaning was what it would have meant in its Tannaitic context. And I remember at least one instance where there was a parallel from the Sifra, the Tannaitic, what's it called? The Tannaitic Midrash on Leviticus, and versus a medieval tradition. And it was very clear to me that I wanted to root both my translation and my annotation in the meaning which was reflected in the Sifra's rendering of the related issue. And it wasn't even necessarily a parallel, but again, I had done my dissertation on this tractate, and so I had worked with not just the Mishnah, but the full Tannaitic context. So for me, I think that was what I had in mind by a straightforward reading. I was most interested in rendering the text as we have it. To the extent that we can, and I think maybe this reflects, I felt a little bit of tension, Michal wanted to come in and respond to my lack of preference for the Albec as the root. And I think that the tension that I felt in using the Albec really ultimately, and I completely understand what you were saying, Michal, in terms of the value of working with the record, what's it called, the printed text, is that it's widely available. And so if somebody's going back and forth between their Hebrew edition and using our English translation to kind of help them navigate. But in terms of the simplest text, for me, I think found that in the Tannaitic context, which was most bestly preserved in the in manuscript form as well.
Yeah, simple is the wrong word. I mean, it translates pshat, because certainly we're all translating from and working on these texts from the perspective of academics. Consequently, contextual is really what we're talking about. The horizon of meaning in a Mishnaic text is determined contextually by precisely the control is the other Tannaitic literature. And like Liz, and I think probably like Greg as well, I mean, I've worked on these tractates both in terms of Mishnah and Tosefta, and whatever you also have in Tannaic Midrash. That's the horizon of meaning, because that's the culture in which these texts are generated. One of the difficulties, I mean, Shaye mentioned in passing, multi-volume translations, things like Blackman, things like, which depend heavily, and Esther was pointing this out as well, depend heavily on the interpretation of these materials in the Gemarot, and particularly in the Bavli. And that's not necessarily what the texts meant in their own context. And consequently, a horizon of meaning has to have borders. That's the point. So I think we're all on the same page here in terms of what the horizon of meaning is for the Mishnah.
Go ahead, Michal, please.
I just want to say, I think, Liz, responding to you, I think the the choice to give the manuscript edition in a short line, and they were very strict, by the way, about this. Bob kept erasing too many manuscript comments. I'm sure everyone had the same experience, and they kept pulling us down to earth and making this very concise. I think was a very smart choice in the way to balance between variation, manuscript variation, and the printed edition that everyone uses. But I am very much in favor of the decision to choose the printed edition, I have to say. And I think the fact that we had, if it was just a translation, it was one thing, but the fact that we had also the annotation and a space to talk a little bit more of what we wanted to do, and they erased for us in the comment that gave us some kind of leeway between the two. And I think the balance overall is very impressive. I'm really serious about this. This is something that I think was well thought of. I think it still raises a lot. I think I got scared by your question. It's a tough one. How did we choose the right translation? How did we choose what to put in it? That was a tough question to answer, and I'm not sure I have an answer more than a gut feeling or some kind of coming from our background and how much we know about the context and who knows? We keep meeting examples where that gut feeling is not the right one. So how do we answer that question? It's a tough one, but I think overall the decision to bring to the reader both the printed edition as a basic text, but to have those manuscript variation and the annotation was, I think, a good way to solve. And in a sense, Chaim, this is for you and Shaye, and I think it's a sample. It's a model of how we should do this in other texts as well. And this is the annotated legal midrashim, the annotated Tosefta, right? This is where we should be headed. And I think the format is, considering all the challenges, is a good one.
I just wanted to, if nobody else wants to speak, I wanted to just weigh in on what from an editorial policy was going on here. Behind closed doors in the cigar smoke filled rooms. And that is, it goes back to Shaye's original model here of what we're trying to do is present the text as close to the way a general reader would encounter it. Right. And so to some extent, using it wasn't so much using the Albeck edition as using the standard text as it's been printed through its trajectory, going through the late 19th century Vilna printing and then into contemporary translations, is that this is at least the way I articulated it. When a reader looked at our translation, they needed to be able to see what they might find in another translation, even if we told them why we were differing from it, right? And for that reason, it was really important that, on the one hand, to one extreme, Blackman, who simply translates the Talmud or the commentaries into the text, right? Neusner on the other side, who simply obscures any connection between this text and anything else, right? What we actually wanted to do was be able to say, if you have this text and you are looking further and you're looking at the edition of Blackman as well, and you're looking at Kahati's edition, and you're looking, you have enough Hebrew to go back to Albeck, you need to be able to locate what you're seeing in this translation back into that conversation, and, for lack of a better word, precision, sort of hearkening back to manuscript traditions and their assumed originality, right, had to take a hit in precisely that direction. Michal actually addressed the question of the things we cut out, all the textual stuff that we cut out. We tried to focus on things that affected what the reader was going to understand was going on here. One of the things that I insisted we get rid of, and this I take full responsibility here, was various presenters aligned the divisions of the text in the standard printed edition with the divisions in the manuscripts, right? And, you know, to use a term from 1980s literary criticism, right? Our implied reader did not need this information, right? Our implied reader needed, you know, if our reader needed to go to the manuscripts, they could go to the manuscripts, right? And you know, the other part of my academic life is sort of doing stuff with those manuscripts, but they didn't need to know how this text aligned in the textual division with other manuscripts. They did need to know when texts are presented in different order, right? Because that tells you something about the development of the text, or tells you something about the way it was interpreted, and so on. So
just a small comment, that was a smart decision, because since then, all the scanned text of manuscript, now you search for them according to the division in the printed edition, and you get the place in a manuscript. That was a smart decision, because technology caught up to that. And when you're reading this online, you don't need that information. So kudos for that one.
So I wonder if I could just, oh, sorry, Greg, go ahead, please.
So just one brief comment. I think a lot of things people are talking about now also attest to what we're still missing in the study of rabbinics. So now we have, you know, an amazing translation academic with annotations, but there's still no critical edition of the Mishnah. You know, there's still no sort of commentary, or at least English language commentary on the Mishnah. There's plenty, or there's plenty in Hebrew, but for English language speakers, there's still a lot of things missing. So obviously, this all could not have been squeezed into the Oxford Annotated Mishnah, but it is sort of remarkable how far we've come, but yet how far we still need. How many things we still need to sort of bring rabbinics up to the level of what we have for fields like Hebrew Bible and New Testament.
So I feel like my role here is a little bit just to, I don't know, be a little bit provocative on this particular point. I mean, it's interesting what is, you know, I'm sort of being brought back to the moment of really wrestling with this. And I agree with you know, especially what you just said, Greg, you know, that this really is an accomplishment. And so maybe really what I'm speaking to is a desideratum, but I think there was a way in which being that, you know, as, you know, Michal was talking about, what does it feel like to be, quote, in the body of the translator, and, you know, how is this impacting me? So I think what it really, there was a way in which I felt like I was being dishonest to my scholarly self. You know, we've talked about sort of moving beyond the Philip Blackman translation, where the content is so strongly shaped by the received meanings in the Bavli in particular. And so I think there was a feeling for me that this was that Albeck's text ultimately represents something similar. And that is the very thing, Chaim, that makes it so accessible, and Davka, the thing that you do want to, you know, use as your base text, given the nature of this project. And I'm actually grateful to be involved in this, because I'm, you know, in a sense, having my anxieties reassured here. So I think, you know, following up on Greg, what it really does speak to, though, is what remains a desideratum, which is to, you know, make the Mishnah in its Tannaitic context fully accessible.
Thank you. Larry, please respond.
Okay, thank you. I have a chance to speak in the next panel, but the things I'm going to say now are totally different. And I also have to say that I wouldn't criticize anything, because I was supposed to be this project, didn't get my work done. Apologize for that. But I want to make two comments. First of all, I want to mention the elephant in the room, which is ArtScroll. Now, ArtScroll made the opposite decision in their Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi translation, which actually I only have the Hebrew, but I've looked at the English enough to know, is a translation of a reconstructed text. It is not a translation of the received text. That's just an interesting point to mention. The received text of the Mishnah can generally be translated. I hope you can hear me. There's a sign here that said my connection is not stable, but okay. So at any rate, they made a decision to translate not the received text, but one that they reconstructed. And with the exception of using the Rosh Cyrilio as if he's actually a manuscript, they basically used methods in the new Oz V'Hadar, which in a certain sense also reconstructed Yerushalmi that never existed before. So I point that out. The second thing I want to point out is that when we speak about a critical edition, I think we should stop speaking about that old-fashioned thing where you list all the variants, because you atomize readings that need to be compared in lumps. You need to look at how this paragraph is, let's say, in Bavli. It's not enough just to look at this word, that word, the third word, the third word. This atomization is, and never mind that if you take a look at Finkelstein's Sifra, you see that it's completely ridiculous. Pages and pages and pages and pages of variae lectionis that nobody is right mind, except one of us, by the way, will ever look at. And the last point that I want to make is this. That needs some consideration, or we should just avoid it and not say anything about it, which is that if you go back to Professor Lieberman's idea, Tosefta Kifshuta, Yerushalmi Kifshuto, people here have spoken about the use of traditional materials. Without materials that are post-Mishnaic or post-Toseftan, we would not know what these texts are talking about. And I think one has to face that fact. I once heard Hamisaret et Bisaro, and he translated it, the guy scratched his skin. Now that's all fine, except for one thing. Why is that an Aveirah? Well, it's an Aveirah because the guy was Bisaret, was making, real indentations in his skin with an object in order to fill it up in the next two words of the Mishnah with a dye, D-Y-E, which of course is forbidden as Ketovet Kaka. Now, if you didn't know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you would not know what this was talking about. And you would translate the way this individual translated in a way that meant nothing. So I just want to say finally that we need to talk sometime about this question, that it's easy to say that we don't want, and we don't want, a translation that reflects completely some kind of later traditional understanding. But on the other hand, without that data, we wouldn't even know that seeing Phil in his uniform, right? We should praise the fact that at least one of us, right, is doing tremendous service to our country in many ways. And I know that he sacrifices to do this as well. And I hope you're not embarrassed by my saying it, but it's nice also to see your students behind you and who are getting exposure to something from a whole other world. Credit for what you're doing there, as well as what you do in for our field in general.
Thank you so much, Professor Shipman. Steve, can you open your mic?
Larry, by the way, is right about the issue of in this case post-Talmudic materials. The larger issue, of course, is taste and judgment. Is this plausible in a Talmudic context? Is it less plausible in a context? You can never completely ignore it. That's certainly true.
Well, to add to complication, we don't know what a Talmudic.
Yeah. It's circular. It's circular. You're right.
Talking about.
You're right.
Edited later, and we always have implied stratification of the text that we're doing an archaeological excavation every time we open the text. So yeah, it's no question.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in with a very brief comment following up on a couple of the others. Of course, I'll have my say in the later panel, but I think this question of selective citations of manuscripts is very important. I think it's a way of signaling that we're dealing with a fluid text. And I think there is never going to be a critical edition of the Mishnah, except perhaps an online parallel listing of manuscripts. I think Epstein was pretty clear on this in Mavola Nusach Mishnah, that the Mishnah is just too fluid. There's too much variations. It's too much of an oral text to ever believe that we can nail it down, whether in a text critical edition or in kind of the last word by way of commentary. So I think that to indicate that we're looking at the manuscripts while not proposing a complete critical edition is a way of signaling that we know the text is fluid, and that our attempts to find meaning of it is only we're never going to master the text. We're never going to nail it down in some way. There's going to be, however many years, there's going to be a need for another annotated edition of maybe Cambridge will want to do the next one instead of Oxford. The other thing I just want to say, as an indication of it's a kind of sign of humility, of modesty, to admit that we're not going to kind of have the final word on what the text is and what it means. And I think another indication of that modesty, I would say, is the decision to have a collaborative translation edited by many different, produced by many different people. I mean, typically these traditions have the name of a single author: Albeck, Neusner, Kahati, Blackman. These are individual names. The alternative is a committee, the RSV, the King James, the JPS, produced by anonymous members of a committee. But this is a third model, collaborative. And I think a collaborative translation allows for the contradictions and inconsistencies, as Shaye mentioned at the beginning. That's not something we have to apologize for, but that's in the nature of the work we do, that we collaborate and that we don't necessarily agree with each other. And I think that's another sign of, if I may say, modesty, that no one of us is able to produce the annotated commentary on the Mishnah. So I think those are things to be celebrated and not to be apologized. And the final thing I want to say is that the introduction to this volume is very excellent. I mean, particularly from a teaching point of view, if you want to assign your students something that introduces them to the Mishnah, use the introduction to this 3-volume annotated translation. I think it's balanced. It takes into account sort of maximalist and minimalist approaches. I think it's very fair, even-handed. So it hasn't been mentioned, but I think the introduction, I won't say is worth the cost of the 3 volumes, but I think as a bonus is certainly worth recommending to our students.
There. Go ahead, Greg, please.
Can I just jump in on one thing? I think for me, at least, the question about translating and using what sources you use to fill in the gaps is a matter of where you're starting from. And this is, of course, a personal question and was left up to each individual scholar. So for me, the question is, are you starting from the Talmud and working backwards to translate the Mishnah? And for my money, there's already been plenty of people who've already done that, including Art Scroll. And for me, the Art Scroll is not the elephant in the room. The Art Scroll is not really in the room at all for me. So it's not a matter of working backwards from the Talmud to the Mishnah. For me, it was a matter of working from the Mishnah outwards, and for the Tannaitic text to be my first point of consultation. Now, the Tannaitic text will not get you everywhere, and every tractate is different. And for some, the Tannaitic parallels are very helpful, and for other tractates, they are no help or very little help whatsoever, and you have to go to the next layer. But for me, my objective, at least, was to start from the Tannaitic materials and see how far it takes me. And then, if and when need be, I would, make use of the other materials. So for me, I was able to really just stick with the Tannaitic materials for, I want to say 90%. I can go back and look and calculate it. But I know that's different for everybody. And this actually relates to something that Liz mentioned about sort of academic, I don't know if just the way I think of myself as an academic and putting these texts in their historical context and reading them as the product of a certain layer of rabbis living in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. That was everything to me. And as long as I can still present a text that was sensible. If in the end it was nonsensible, then I haven't done my job. But for me, that's about sort of the academic approach. But of course, it's definitely different for everyone, and each translator was allowed to do what they wanted.
So, sorry, Liz, go ahead.
I wanted to pick up on something that Steve said about the introduction. And it reminded me of one other thing that I really appreciated about the format, which is that we had the opportunities. Shaye talked about it at the very beginning, the sort of standardized format of the introductions. But one thing that really allowed me as a translator to do was to sort of surface the biblical background to the Mishnah, which in my case was so strong and yet so otherwise inaccessible by just a superficial read of the tractate. And so I just want to, bring that piece out also. That I think something that the translation format accomplishes, that, there's always this question, to what extent is Mishnah a departure from, to what extent is Mishnah a commentary on the written Torah? In what ways does it complement, or to what extent does it suppress its reliance on the Mishnah? And so I really appreciated the context of the introduction to give a really proper voice and a coherent, strong voice to that biblical background.
So it's great to hear about the background, and from Greg a little bit about the context, getting you partway there. But as I said in my introductory words, and because I have my students sitting behind me, and we talk about the context beyond Tannaitic literature, right? I believe that Shaye in his remarks referenced the question of how do you align the Mishnah with Roman law? So could the group say a little bit about the context beyond Tannaitic literature, and not to step on what the next panel will be about, but to what extent are early Christian literature, other sectarian literature, a part of this discussion, framing how the Mishnah itself was translated?
I saw that Shaye was back on, so I'm waiting for Shaye to jump in and take all the responsibility for this.
No, Shaye is not going to do that.
Okay. So there were some unintended consequences in the production of this volume. We decided, and this will get to context almost immediately, but it's going to sound like I'm not talking about context. We decided, for instance, that that we weren't going to make explicit references to rabbinic works. We're going to say in the Tosefta, or the Babylonian Talmud says, right? And ironically, what that meant, or I don't know if irony is probably the wrong word here, but this had the unintended consequences of texts that were not rabbinic were cited explicitly. So the New Testament or Josephus, or the occasional citation of Pliny are explicit. Whereas the rabbinic text is just sort of this hazy background, which I think, I'm not sure how else we should have done it, but is not a really good consequence of what we've done. The other thing I wanted to address is something that Adele Reinhardt's mentioned in a session on the translation of the Mishnah at the most recent SBL meeting, in which she pointed out that one of the things Shaye said, we said, but Shaye specifically been quoted about it in the one article about this translation, was we wanted, in some ways we saw students of early Christianity as a primary audience for this. I'm not sure that we gave, if so, we didn't make it clear how these things intersected, right? What exactly we were talking about that we thought was relevant to early Christianity. Occasionally citations, for issues of purity, citations of the Gospels, issues like that. But in fact, we were trying to serve many masters and not necessarily succeeding in satisfying all of them. And in fact, the question of context really differed by contribution. I can speak about myself as translator as well, but as editor, right? It was clear that some translators were translating and annotating a text that is called the Mishnah that has been in transmission for close to 2,000 years and has a whole history of interpretation, and that we need to address that even when we're not going to be able to fully deal with it. Excuse me. For other people, the Mishnah was this puzzle that needed to be unpacked, and we were going to do it in, more or less in real time in front of the reader, right? This is a puzzling expression. It could mean this or it could mean that, right? And for those people, the context was often the literal meaning, right, or the contextual meaning, the sense that the text had in it, what the text would have sounded like in its early 3rd century context when heard by people who were steeped in this insider tradition.
Thank you so much for that, Chaim. Greg, go ahead, please.
I guess, right. So the way Chaim phrased it, especially at the end, was I was trying to think, like, what could the rabbis have possibly known? The rabbis who wrote this, what could they have possibly known? Not that we could ever know that for certain, but can I know what they didn't know? So I know they know the Hebrew Bible. I know that maybe they knew some of the other Tannaitic traditions that were going around, but I don't think they really knew anything about the New Testament at that point. So like my tractate does have some parallels with the New Testament, but that didn't impact the way I translated, because I assumed the rabbis wouldn't have known about those. And Roman law, I didn't really get so much in my tractate, but that's something that like a longer commentary could kind of tackle, all these other potential parallels and citations from the world around the rabbis, whether or not that they were, knowledgeable of these things. But in terms of how it affected my translation, it was really just for me, Bible and rabbinics.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Joshua to bring forth a few of our questions from our listeners.
Yes, thank you very much. I have 3 questions, and I'll read them all at once and open up the floor to any of the panelists who'd like to address them. Our first question comes from a private message on Facebook. And this person asked this question: the manuscript tradition of the Mishnah has been referenced on a few occasions. Can someone say more about how many and which manuscripts of the Mishnah were used? How were they selected? The second question comes from Gregory Bloomquist, and he writes, what was the most important to translators and editors of the Oxford volume? Historical context of the Mishnah, or present use and practice of the Mishnah, or somehow both? I ask because I wonder if there is a comparison between how one approaches the annotation of the Mishnah as a law code and its translation into English, and, say, the annotation and translation into English of Quebec's civil law, which has an obvious historical origin and context, but also a present implementation in the province of Quebec, where it is the civil law for French speakers, as well as Anglophone Quebecers. Can anyone give an example of where this decision was made in the case of the Mishnah? And the third question is from Gerald Craigier. He writes, from a purely practical standpoint, I wonder to what extent this project will have a future life outside the academic institutional environment. Few copies, even at discounted published prices, are likely to be purchased by the general public as an encyclopedic resource to have on one's home shelf, unless, of course, it becomes accessible online for students and private scholars. What is the future direction of this work? Those questions are very broad and open-ended, and so I leave it to Phil to direct the conversation. Who would like to tackle those questions?
In fact, I was just telling my students that, the sticker price was rather high. I was fortunate to get an Oxford discount on it, but Shaye, please.
Yes, I'd like to address that, that last point. When the book came out, and I guess it's now 2 years ago, the price was very high, and I complained bitterly to Oxford University Press that they were going to foreclose the aftermarket. And I mean, they want not just academic universities, libraries and such, but there are people out there, I said to Oxford, who would be willing to buy the Mishnah if you would let it, if you could price it in such a way that they could afford it. But you price it in such a way that they can't afford it. So you're shooting ourselves in the foot. This was my argument to my editor, and with some choice words, adding a little color to the interchange. Well, I'm happy to report that come October, they have told me, we're going to have a soft cover edition of the Mishnah, and it will be priced. Now I've got two numbers. They told me also $85, and they've told me $100. Either way, I would say that is a steal for volumes, 3 volumes of this size and complexity. And so something we can all look forward to for, an ideal bar mitzvah present, Hanukkah is coming, and the rest. So that's us sharing that piece of good news that there will be a much more accessible, which is the word I use all the time for this project, right? The text will be much more accessible to a much larger audience.
Let me address the manuscript question. And Liz has already addressed it partially. So the Kaufman manuscript is the best manuscript of the Mishnah, universally recognized, and that's your go-to. The Parma manuscript.
Are you getting warm in here?
The Parma manuscript also. So certainly for Seder Zerayim, and both of my tractates were in Seder Zerayim. There is as Steve rightly pointed out, an old school kind of critical edition, which uses this is the Mechon HaTalmud HaYisraeli HaShalem in the 70s published the 2-volume Mishnah Zerayim with all of the variants, although their base text is the standard received edition. So you do have access to that. And I looked at everything there. Many of the other manuscripts are now available digitally. And many of them were published by Makor in reprint editions in the 1970s. So, I mean, most of us have access at least to that, and you can get access to the Geniza fragments and so on and so forth. So, I mean, depending upon how far you want to range into this, you can probe the text. What would be useful, and Steve Fraud is absolutely right, would simply be a synoptic edition of the Mishnah in the same way that Peter Schaefer and company have produced a synoptic edition of the Rishalmi. That's the way to go these days with so-called critical editions.
Go ahead, please. But please turn on your mic.
Sorry, we've been doing this since 2020 and I'm still forgetting to turn my mic back on. So I'm not, I think that the issue of presenting the kind of synoptic edition that Rick was talking about is possible. I think I've been working on it, other people have been working on it, and the format needs to be digital. That leads me to 2 other pieces of questions that were raised. In case the person asking about the manuscript tradition wanted a somewhat higher level view of the whole thing, right? The Mishnah is produced in about the year 200. There are no manuscripts that are earlier than the 11th or 12th century, with possible fragments from the Cairo Geniza that are a little bit earlier. And so we're dealing with a gap of several hundred years. And then the scholarship, for better or for worse, has decided that a set of manuscripts coming out of the Byzantine or Palestinian tradition, which present the text of the Mishnah separate from any commentary or separate from the Talmud, more closely represents the Hebrew of the 3rd century, and also the original text without expansions based on Talmudic study. And so and of those manuscripts, 2 in particular are more or less complete and have the undivided attention of scholars, and that's the 2 manuscripts that Professor Saracen mentioned: the Kaufman manuscript from the which is housed in the State Library of Hungary in Budapest, and the Parma manuscript, which, surprise, surprise, is in Parma in the never show off in public because I'm forgetting the name of the repository. So the question is, to what extent do we need to go back to that manuscript tradition? But part of the problem of the manuscript tradition is that the manuscript tradition is already a millennium later than, or 800 years later than the text, and there's already been centuries of interpretation, centuries of thinking about the text. And from a classical text critical point of view, every single manuscript that we have is a corrupt manuscript, because the scribe also knows the text as a liturgical text, also knows the text as a study text, right? As well as a text that they're trying to faithfully copy, right? So it's really quite a messy situation. In terms of the question about having been born in Montreal, I was sensitive to the question of the Quebec law code. I think actually I can't give you an example of where we did do that. I can give you an example of things of where we consistently didn't, right? In the sense that how this relates to a question of modern practice, we could talk. The participants generally related certain kinds of issues. Let's say the Passover meal in the 10th chapter of Psachim, or other things that are matters of contemporary practice. We did sometimes explicitly, sometimes alluding to the way in which this is manifested in present day practice. But what we did not do is what Maimonides regularly did in his commentary, and sometimes the only thing he commented on: the halacha follows Rabbi X, right? We were not necessarily interested, and it's not our job to be arbiters of where stuff is, how stuff is legally useful or legally usable. And in fact, part of the part of what I think the contributors who've talked about the contextual meaning, or putting it back in its Hanatic context and all that other stuff, what in a sense what they're trying to do is to look at some of these issues not as matters that are solved, but as matters of debate in that context.
Gabriel, please.
I must say, I understand the point that Larry Schiffman made about that some phrases and some expressions of a Mishnah cannot be understood if not in reference to some later rabbinic sources. But I think that the point that Esther made, and also the introduction of the annotated Mishnah makes, is that the Mishnah should be seen as much as possible as a work that has an identity of its own, and not in light of other bodies of literature. I think that this was the major point. The introduction is very clear on this. And I hope that this will generate much more interest on the Mishnah or as a document. Because I was just in preparation for this meeting to review the bibliography, or major studies on the Mishnah, not necessarily translations, but studies on the Mishnah. And there are actually there are only very few studies on the Mishnah, which is surprising in Judaistic studies. There are a lot of studies in rabbinic literature, in rabbinic saying, but not on the Mishnah as a document. And I think this is one of the merits of this volume. And also, I agree with Steve Frade when said this is a wonderful introduction. It's a 10-page introduction, but it's really wonderful. I mean, makes some points very clear. Okay, what is new in the Mishnah? What is distinctive in the Mishnah? Why the Mishnah should be considered as a document of its own, and not simply as a container of sayings in rabbinic literature. I mean, the Mishnah is a document of its own. There are things that are new in the Mishnah in terms of content, in terms of the general framework in which this material is included, that makes the Mishnah very different from other previous Second Temple Judaism, and very different also from other Rabbinic Judaism, including the Tosefta or the Talmud. So in this sense, I think that this introduction could be, this new translation could be very useful. And in this sense, I think it's particularly admirable the choice of collaborative translation. Exactly because the point that is made in this introduction is that the Mishnah is to a large extent an homogeneous work. So a work in which the different treatises of the different saying cannot be seen one apart from the other. I have experience of being part of collaborative translations in the pseudepigrapha, the Old Testament pseudepigrapha, but it's very different because in the Old Testament pseudepigrapha we have texts that are written by different authors in different times. Here instead we are dealing with the text that is homogeneous. And I must say that reading this work sometimes, of course, the translation is not consistent in all books, but I think that what the work lost in coherence really gains in the richness of the different approaches by the different translators. I think this is one of the most wonderful things in this work, just to see how even the tradition of translating, the scholarly tradition of translating the Mishnah has so many different nuances and so many different contributions by different scholars. And this makes, of course, this translation much richer than any other translation that was made by a single author. Annotations are very, very, very good. There is a problem of price, of course, but I hope that at least for people that can read it in the library, they makes the text very, very accessible. But it's very fascinating, I mean, for me, and this is, if you want to end, is a question, how the editors were able to harmonize the need for a sort of a homogeneous view of an homogeneous document with the plurality of voice, the diversity of voice of the different translators. So thank you again for this wonderful contribution to our field. Philip has left us, so I am the chair now, and we have to continue the conversation. Is anybody else who wants to, I don't know, Leeds? Leeds, yes. You have to unmute.
So actually, Chaim, did you want to step in? You looked like you wanted to follow up on something.
Yes, yes.
Although the conversation has taken a different turn, I wanted to respond to the question that asked about the accessibility and the digital translation, the digital editions. And then I think in direct messages, Phil sent me questions along those lines. I don't think other people have seen it. So I know that Oxford is planning a digital edition. I don't know what that's going to look like. right? But I do think we need to think about what complex texts like this look like in digital form, right? In which there are multiple fields of information that are moving that need to be either filtered in or filtered out, right? Where, I mean, speaking, if Oxford's digital edition was simply PDFs, right? I would be very disappointed in the product. I have found teaching. I mean, one of the wonderful things about Danby is you can give somebody a 3-page assignment to read, 5 chapters of the Mishnah. They can't understand it, right? But it's compact, right? Whereas the same 5 chapters are now 35 pages, and let's cue all the sorrow about undergraduates and whether they read or not and all that other stuff. But it really is an overwhelming amount of text to present to somebody when you really want them to read the center column and poke into the annotations when they get a chance, right? And so you want to be able to have an edition that will allow the user to define what they see, right? And I'm not sure. I mean, I've been working on stuff like that for the Hebrew text of the Mishnah for almost as long as I've been working on as I was working on this edition, and maybe someday this will see the light of day, but who knows? Right, the other question and Phil asked me, in a private message to ask about Sefaria. And I will actually say that Shaye and I spoke to the folks at Sefaria about making the text available over over that platform, and they have frameworks, legal frameworks in which to do it, in which they either buy the rights or entirely or get the rights to present a certain part of the text or whatever it is, and that's something we both would like to see. Shaye and I would both like to see expanded, right? And whatever the mechanism is, we'd like to see the text become more accessible, right? By which we mean increasing the ability to access it.
I think Litz is next.
So one thing I just wanted to, I think we've sort of moved on a little bit, but as we were talking about manuscript tradition, I just wanted to sort of offer another model, which I think has, or just mention, the Agreem website, I think has their strategy has been to have so-called, I guess, experts, the philological experts, choose a single manuscript tradition and to represent that on their website. So that's, and as a user, I can say that I appreciate, quote, their expert decision-making, because in certain ways it takes the pressure, at least for casual use, off of myself as a user. So that's another model out there.
I see Larry raised his hand.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about the notion that the first textual evidence we have is manuscripts for a certain date. And we're going to exclude for a moment the discussion, although it doesn't really apply to the Mishnah, of inscriptional evidence that we have in this strange situation of just one small text. But what I want to say is that I think the earliest, my video stopped here. Let's see.
Larry, I shut your video off.
Your video because the host stopped it. Oh, okay.
Yes, I shut your video off. Unfortunately, your speech is cutting in and out. So
how about
I've shut
now?
your video off
now?
Okay,
is it better now?
Yes, if you could just continue.
Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to make the point is that the earliest evidence for the Mishnah is actually in citations in the Gemarot, and for that matter, in other texts. Now, the problem is that they have the same manuscript problem that was mentioned, but that is, in a certain sense, the earliest evidence, and I don't think you can deal if someone really wants to deal with the textual evidence, and what I'm saying is the I guess the main point of all the Nusach HaMishnah by Epstein, because you don't determine evidence for the Mishnah's text only by the Mishnah's text itself. So it makes it worse because every one of those texts has the same issue that the Mishnah has. And so you're in a circle of evidence for evidence based on evidence that itself is all difficult. And that's why we have to get away from, I think someone said it before, judgment is so important. The notion that one could somehow establish the perfect Mishnah text by the evidence we have is very questionable.
We are coming in on 11 o'clock, which is going to be the end of our panel. Gabriel, you had a few words to say. Do you want to say a few words of closing as we come to the end?
I think that we all would like to need something more from the editor at the conclusion of this panel. I know that Shaye, you were not able to be present always, but the other editors as well. If you want just to make some closing statements about this discussion, the editors and the panelists.
My conclusion is thank you to everyone. An event like this reassures me that all the hard work and all the time and the hours and the meetings, etc., maybe it was worthwhile in the end. Maybe, in fact, we produced a work of quality. Maybe we did produce a work that will endure for 100 years. I can only hope. And Danby is still in print. And we can only hope to rival Danby and to surpass him. And I hope we have.
So just one comment on that. When you pulled Neusner off your shelf, right, I noted that it said at the second line there, a new translation. You're on mute, Shaye.
My second line says Yale.
Oh, no, I thought it said the Mishnah, a new translation. No?
You mean this?
Yeah.
The Mishnah, a new translation.
A new translation, right?
That's what it says. Good job.
Right? So, always a question of like longevity, after your translation gets published, right? 10 years later, will it, is it still a new translation and so on, right? I thought about this because, my forthcoming translation of the guide is, a guide to the perplexed, a new translation. I'm not really in favor of this. But nonetheless, it's.
I have a proposal. It should say a not so new translation.
Another translation. But I don't think this is just another translation. This is a special translation. It is as we said, a contextual translation. It's something that can provide access to populace who otherwise might be shut out of the Mishnah, and for those who even have access to it. It can deepen our understanding because the Mishnah, not in the terms of subsequent Amoraic literature and medieval commentaries, but really is the Mishnah on its own terms. So thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to all of our participants. Thank you to all the institutions that supported this. Joshua, do you want to tell us a little bit about the next panel as we bring this one to a close?
Yes, thank you. I too want to express my thanks for all of the panelists and the good conversation we've had in the chats. We'll now take a 30-minute break. Panel 2 will start at, I have to do the math, 11:30 Eastern time. And so the Zoom session will remain on. If you'd like, you could just walk away from your computer, but if not, we invite you to take a quick break and enjoy us again for 30 minutes for panel 2. And that's all the announcements I have. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Scott, for the next session, do we stay here?
Yes, you may stay right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shoni, I see a message in the chat. You had asked what the second panel is about. Panel 2 will continue this discussion about the Mishnah and focus in specifically on to what extent and in what ways can and should we use the Mishnah in the study of Judaism and Christian origins. Shoni, I hope you're able to stay on and join us soon.
Yes, you're the chairperson. You can mute everybody, right? So I don't have to hear someone else's conversation.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Talk to you in half an hour.
Sounds good. See you soon. Friends, I'm going to step away from my computer for 5 minutes. I'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks so much.
Krista, hello.
Hi.
Do you plan on sharing your screen for your presentation?
No,
Okay, very good.
gives me too much anxiety on Zoom.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for being
Jonathan,
here.
good to see you.
Hi.
Hi, Krista. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Jonathan. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Yep.
I got confused this morning about timing, so I didn't quite make it from the mic check. So
Yeah, that's okay. Jonathan, I will watch the chat for you as you chair the session. Is there any other assistance I can provide you?
I think that's it. I think, the first session I thought went very well, and everything went with, excellence. So I think if we just repeat that, we'll be in good space.
Yeah, good. Yeah. I'm going to go back to my list, but I think I've at least seen everyone once on camera this morning. So hello, Rebecca.
Hi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Joshua, you're so good at running these. It's always so great.
Hey, thank you. I
Takes
appreciate
a
that.
real skill.
Thank you. Rebecca, do you plan on sharing your screen for any reason?
Oh, no, I'm happy to go off. Sorry, I was just getting here. Hold on.
Paula, are you by your computer?
Yes, I am. Hold on. Here I am.
Great, excellent. Your video and audio are coming through well. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Do you plan on sharing your screen during the?
I'm not doing a presentation. I'm just attending this.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Adela, are you by your computer? Hello.
Here I am.
Excellent. Do you plan on sharing your screen?
No.
Okay. Kelly, are you by your computer? Excellent.
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see you. How y'all doing this morning? This afternoon, I should say.
Hi, everybody. Jonathan, how are you?
Doing very well, Gabriele. How are you?
Fine. Kelly, everybody, Adele, Paula. Nice to see all of you.
Gabriele, did you want to begin the second session by making a few remarks before I take over, or how did you want to?
I just say a few words and then you'll take them.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you.
I guess, Jonathan, there will be many people that will have something to say or to contribute to our discussion this time. Maybe for the discussion is now if you collect several questions instead of having simply question and answer, otherwise will take a long time. So
yes, and we also have more respondents and more presenters in the session too. So it's gonna.
So it's we'll have. I guess we'll have a real discussion. I mean, with several people interacting with one another. So necessary we have a question and answer. So
no, I'll rely upon Joshua to kind of get us there with the questions when it comes time.
Yeah. The first session went well, I think. It was very interesting. I mean, also the way in which the annotated edition came and all the discussion among the translators. Very interesting. Josh, do we need any help from me?
No, I'm just responding to a few questions we've had about the procedure for this panel. I think we're ready to go. Have I checked in with everyone? I apologize, I got distracted. I think everyone has spoken and we've connected.
I think we're still missing Stephen Fraud though. Is he?
He appears to have left the session.
Okay.
And Larry Schiffman as well. Larry had some connection issues during the first panel, so we may ask him to speak without his camera today in hopes that that will free some bandwidth for him to communicate.
I thought it was a stroke of genius that you turned off his camera, Joshua, because it made it come through a little better.
Yes.
Bill, were you happy with the first panel?
I was very happy with it, for sure.
Yeah.
It's always hard to say what my students got out of it, but I did try to foreground it a little bit so they had some idea of what was going on. You know, as I said, we've been talking about ancient Israel, and I've been trying to explain to them some of the issues of sort of differentiating between Israelite religion and Rabbinic Judaism, and also some of the problems of telling the story from the perspective of the victors. And I hope that some of our discussion highlighted that. There was one point where I said something to them, and then not 2 seconds later Liz used the very same phrase, and so everyone broke out laughing. So that was good. Yeah. So I'm very pleased that my students could come to this.
Good.
Stephen, do you plan on sharing your screen for your presentation?
I have nothing to share.
Okay, thank you.
Respectfully, that is not true.
I'll share my toys.
Hayim, would you like to be on screen during this panel, or would you prefer to be an attendee, to be off screen?
There is no need for me to be on screen for this panel.
Okay. Please communicate if you'd like to join us on screen again.
Okay.
Well, I have 11:26 Eastern time, although I'm in Central time. So we'll begin in a few minutes, just as a reminder.
What about
please.
What about Eastern Jewish time?
I have
That's
to
a
tell
thing.
I have to tell a funny story. I took a course once. This was an Arabic class with 5 Protestant ministers, and we were the whole class. And we used to go out to have snacks in between. And one time we were supposed to be back at whatever time, 10:30, I think it was. And one of the guys said, "Oh, well, that's Protestant time." So it seems that everybody thinks that lateness is their time.
Indeed.
In the Black community, there's something called CPT, Colored People's Time.
Yeah.
Well, as a reminder, please mute your microphone if you're not speaking, just to allow space for others who are conversing. Larry, just as a reminder, we lost your audio during the last session. And even when you were telling that very brief story, I lost your video and audio again. So we may have to shut your video
Because
off.
I'm connected by a wire, not internet. Not that is to say, not you know, in the house with Wi-Fi. I have a wire to the router, so it's not our control.
Yes, that may be the case, but we still would like to hear you and what you would have to say. So please don't be offended if I interrupt you and ask you to shut your video off, just to make sure that we can hear your voice. Yeah, good. Are there any technical questions before we begin the panel? So that sounds great. Gabrielle, you're going to start, I think, with a few words of welcome, and then Jonathan, you will take over chairing the session. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
4 minutes.
Yep. Whenever you are ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's time now to start our second session of our colloquium of the Mishnah, celebrating the publication of the new Oxford Annotated Mishnah. I'm Gabriele Boccaccini, the director of the Enoch Seminary. On behalf of our organization, I'd like to welcome you, all the panelists, all the presenters, all the many participants to this panel. Earlier this morning, we had a first session in which we discussed the problem of translating the Mishnah. and we focused in particular to the problems related to such enterprise. In the second panel, we would like to discuss instead the role of the Mishnah within Jewish thought, and in particular, the problem, of the use of the Mishnah for the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins. I would like to thank all the sponsoring organizations of this event, the Schusterman Center for Jewish Studies, the University of Texas, Austin, Vanderbilt University, the United States Naval Academy, Joseph and Rebecca Meroff Center for Jewish Studies at the University of Maryland, the Frankel Center for Judaic Studies of the University of Michigan, and the Michigan Center for Early Christian Studies. Thank you to all this organization for making this event possible. And now I would like to leave the floor to the chair of our second panel, Jonathan Kaplan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Boccaccini. My name is Jonathan Kaplan, and I am on the faculty here at the University of Texas at Austin. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this second session of the Enoch Seminar Colloquium, exploring the place and use of the Mishnah in the study of early Judaism, Rabbinic Judaism, and Christianity. I would also like to extend my thanks to Professor Phil Lieberman for first proposing the idea for this colloquium to me, and to Professor Boccaccini, as well as Professor Joshua Scott for working with us in organizing this event. I would also like to extend my thanks to all the presenters and participants in this colloquium, including particularly Professors Cohen and Lapin for their willingness to be a part of this discussion. Our first session, as Professor Boccaccini just elaborated on, focused on the recent publication of the new Oxford Annotated Mishnah. This session takes the appearance of that seminal volume as an opportunity to re-engage the question of to what extent and to what ways we can or should use the Mishnah in the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins. When we are focusing our attention on the Mishnah, this question is part of a broader issue, which is close to my heart, of how we can use Talmudic literature in the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins. Is this material a repository of earlier traditions, comparative material for other Jewish religious communities of the late Second Temple period, such as early Christianity, some combination of the two, or still something altogether different? We begin our discussion with short presentations from Professors Adela Reinhartz, Stephen Fraud, and Krista Dalton, before turning to reflections from our discussants. Our first presenter is Adela Reinhartz, who is Distinguished University Professor at the University of Ottawa, where she teaches in the Department of Classics and Religious Studies, and author of 9 books. She served as the general editor of the Journal of Biblical Literature from 2012 to 2018, and is president of the Society of Biblical Literature in 2020. Our second presenter is Stephen Fraud, who is Mark Tapper Professor Emeritus of Religious Studies in the Department of Religious Studies and Program in Judaic Studies at Yale University. He is the author and editor of 6 books. Our final presenter is Krista Dalton. Dr. Dalton is an assistant professor of religious studies at Kenyon College in Ohio, editor-in-chief of the digital journal Ancient Jew Review, and on the board of directors for the Association for Jewish Studies. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Professor Adela Reinhartz.
Thank you very much. And it's a real honor to be here. And I want to begin by saying 2 things. One is to express my extreme appreciation for the Oxford Annotated Mishnah. I'm not going to relate very much to that book in my brief comments, but I do applaud the editors, and I think it's really editors and contributors. It's really a tremendous achievement, one that I think will last for 100 years. The second thing is, what I'm going to present to you is a bit of a rant, and it's a rant not really targeted at the people on the screen or those who are listening in other ways, but it just comes out of some ongoing irritation that I've experienced really in my, as a Jewish New Testament scholar that's also engaged in Jewish studies. And I just couldn't help it that the question simply called that forth. So take it for what it is. So the question before us this afternoon is, to what extent and in what ways can or should we use the Mishnah for the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins? So it's an appropriate question for this group, given that many of us are specialists in topics conventionally included in the study of Second Temple Judaism and or New Testament and early Christianity. Underlying the question is the conviction that our understanding of our main topics of interest is enhanced by a broad range of materials that, strictly speaking, are outside our purview, but for reasons of content, provenance, or other factors may be relevant. The Mishnah is definitely one of those texts. But before we settle into the topic of how we might use it, we should remember that the main value of the Mishnah does not reside in its usefulness to our fields. In academic circles, as we've just seen, the Mishnah is an object and subject of study for scholars of rabbinics and the history of halakha. And for many within and outside of academia, the Mishnah and the study of the Mishnah have intrinsic value that doesn't have to be justified by its usefulness to other kinds of fields. I think the session we had this morning really demonstrates that point. I don't need to go on and on about that. But let us ask the question then, how might the Mishnah help us understand Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins? We begin with a few basic points. The Mishnah is not a Second Temple text, nor does it testify to Christian origins. The consensus is, as we've already heard, and we all know, that the Mishnah was compiled in the very early 3rd century, which is long after the end of the Second Temple period. And while it is contemporaneous with some of the architects of the early church, it has not engaged deeply, if at all, with the growth and development of Christianity. Its value for these areas of study can therefore be indirect at best, and as I've just mentioned, secondary to its own concerns, as well as its role within the history and development of Jewish law and Jewish self-understanding. As a composite and selective text, the Mishnah reflects a range of views, biases, and vested interests. It is not a straightforward account of Jewish life, Jewish laws, and Jewish ideas at the turn of the 3rd century, or the centuries that preceded it. Furthermore, as we know, the Mishnah has a complex textual composition and reception history that complicates its easy use by scholars outside of the field of rabbinics. And that's not even talking about language and translation, which is what we discussed this morning. It behooves anyone who wishes to draw on the Mishnah for the study of Second Temple Judaism or Christian origins to learn something about these complicated matters. Simply picking up Danby or the Oxford Annotated Mishnah and reading it for parallels without a knowledge of Mishnah scholarship risks falling into parallelomania. But although the Mishnah is tangential to the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins, it is not entirely irrelevant. Although it was compiled in the early 3rd century, it likely does contain traditions, legal rulings, and other elements that predate the 3rd century. So at any rate, claims the Mishnah itself. The first few paragraphs of the tractate Pirkei Avot trace a chain of transmission from Moses at Mount Sinai through to the Pharisees, Hillel and Shammai, and on to the Tanaim of the 2nd century. In Jewish circles, this transmission is thought to refer to the oral Torah, which it is claimed was revealed or given to Moses on Mount Sinai along with the written Torah. Whether one accords historical validity to this belief depends on where one sits within the Jewish world. Personally, I'm skeptical, but it is clear that for the compilers of Avot, and perhaps of the Mishnah as a whole, this chain of tradition undergirds a claim to antiquity, authenticity, and authority. When it comes to historical concerns, we do well to approach this claim with a critical eye, and to acknowledge that in most cases, it is not easy to determine the prehistory of specific Mishnaic traditions. Nevertheless, the chain of tradition traced in Mishnah Avot suggests that the Mishnah deals with topics and expresses ideas that its compilers deemed important and central to their project. These include topics such as temple practices, sacrifices, observance of the Sabbath and festivals, laws of marriage and divorce, the role of the high priest on Yom Kippur, and many others. And many of these topics are also discussed or depicted in Second Temple literature. One can fruitfully compare, for example, Philo's discussion of the special laws with some of the statements of the Tanaim as portrayed in the Mishnah, without presuming that Philo knew a proto-Mishnah or that the Tanaim read Philo. The fact that many ancient texts, including those like the Mishnah that postdate its destruction, the temple's destruction, talk in detail about the temple, attests to the importance of this institution, as well as to the problems, conflicts, and strong emotions that it presents or arouses. So in that sense, the Mishnah can thicken our understanding of what was really important to at least certain Jews within certain communities in the Second Temple period. The role of the Mishnah for the study of the New Testament, this is really my rant here, presents a particular set of issues. Today, most scholars acknowledge that most of the books that eventually comprise the New Testament are Jewish, but what that means is a matter of some considerable debate in our present moment. Long before our present moment, however, the Mishnah and rabbinic texts more generally were viewed by scholars as background to the New Testament and Christian origins. Underlying compendia such as Strauch-Billerbeck is the assumption that rabbinic sources provide direct insight and description of into the Jewish life and thought in the time of Jesus, with the halachic debates that are prevalent in these sources often used as evidence that Judaism was nothing more than empty legalism. I hope we have gone far beyond that now, though I have noted with dismay that some New Testament scholars still cite Strauch-Billerbeck, now available in English translation, in their footnotes. A 2021 blog posting entitled "The Richness and Potential Pitfalls of Using Strauch-Billerbeck" states that, quote, "For scholars studying a passage in the New Testament, Strauch-Billerbeck provides an unparalleled introduction to useful background material from the rabbinic world. Given the huge number of volumes of rabbinic material, easy access to this rich world is immeasurably helpful," end of quote. Statements such as these, even when followed, as in this blog post, by many caveats and qualifications, only reinforce the anachronistic use of the Mishnah as New Testament background. As I've argued, for example, in my contribution to the Jewish Annotated New Testament, to use rabbinic literature, including the Mishnah, as background to the New Testament or Christian origins is to get it exactly backwards. The Mishnah, an early 3rd century text, is not background to the 1st and early 2nd century writings later canonized as the New Testament. But parallels with the New Testament can help us to date certain Mishnaic or other rabbinic traditions to the 1st century. The example I always use for this is the reference in chapter 2 of the Gospel of John to the stone jars used for Jewish rites of purification. That was the water in those jars was turned into wine, according to John. And that's, I think, perhaps, I'm not exactly sure, but one of the earliest references to the practice of Netilat Yadayim at a festive Seudah, a festive meal, predating the rabbinic references to that practice by several centuries. At the same time, some Mishnaic traditions can be helpful in interpreting New Testament passages. One example can be found in the annotations to Tractate Shkalim, prepared by Miriam Sima-Walfish. These examples I used actually in my presentation at the SBL discussion of the annotated Mishnah. Mishnah Shkalim 1:1 states that among the things that one must do on the 15th of Adar is one must take care of all the needs of the community, mark the graves, and go forth on account of forbidden mixtures. It's quite an opaque statement. The annotation explains that graves were marked with white paint so that people would not accidentally walk over them and become impure. Because winter rains would erase these markings, they had to be redone every spring. So that's what it means to mark the graves. The annotation directs the reader appropriately to Matthew 23:27 and Luke 11:44. In Matthew 23, Matthew's Jesus castigates the Pharisees. "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs, which on the outside look beautiful, but inside they are full of the bones of the dead and all kinds of filth." And in Luke 11:44, Luke's Jesus proclaims, "Woe to you, for you are like unmarked graves, and people walk over them without realizing it." In this case, the Mishnah, and especially the annotations to the Mishnah in the OAM, clarify a point that is opaque in the gospel passages and helps the reader to understand the analogy as well as the offense that is implied. The gospel references, in turn, indicate that this practice was known in the first century, a point that might be helpful for students of this Mishnah. Another example is a saying in Pirkei Avot 3:2, which states that two who are sitting and sharing words encounter the divine presence between them. And this is paralleled, although I don't think the parallel is mentioned in the OAM, in Matthew 18:20, in which Jesus says, "For where two or three are gathered in my name, I am there among them." This does not mean that the author of Matthew knew the Mishnah or that the author of this Mishnah knew Matthew. What it does suggest is that sayings like this circulated broadly in Jewish circles and were adapted by different people to support different ideas. In this way, the Mishnaic parallel is helpful in that it helps us to situate Matthew firmly within a Jewish thought world, though one does not need this parallel in order to do so, at least not for Matthew's text. Perhaps the most suggestive Mishnaic parallel to the New Testament can be found in Mishnah Gittin 9:10, which reads, "The house of Shammai say, a man should not divorce his wife unless he has found her guilty of some unseemly conduct. As it says, because he has found some unseemly thing in her. The house of Hillel, however, says that he may divorce her even if she has merely spoiled his food." So the parallel here is to the antitheses section of Matthew 5, in which Matthew's Jesus declares, "It was also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you that anyone who divorces his wife, except on the grounds of unchastity, causes her to commit adultery." This sounds like Jesus is presenting a legal ruling contrary to that of Jewish teachers. But the parallel to Mishnah Gittin suggests that the grounds for divorce, that according to the Gospels were a matter of controversy in the first century, were not yet resolved by the 3rd century when the Mishnah was compiled. These brief examples illustrate my point that the use of the Mishnah for the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christianity is tricky business. This is not to say that it should not be done or that it cannot be fruitful. And perhaps my colleagues on this virtual podium will point to numerous excellent examples of how indeed the Mishnah can be helpful in these fields. I'm sure we would all agree that the Mishnah is not a transparent guide to 1st or 2nd century Judaism, and that it must be used judiciously in full acknowledgement of its own agendas and its own interests. I would also suggest that we do so in full cognizance that its inherent importance does not lie in how it helps our areas of study, but in what it contributes to an understanding of the history of halakha, rabbinic literature, and what it provides in terms of the sheer pleasure of study for study's own sake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Reinhartz. I would like to now turn it over to Professor Stephen Fraud for our next presentation.
Please unmute.
How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers of this wonderful panel or set of panels. And thank you especially to the editors of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah, Shaye Cohen and Hayim Lapin, and sadly, Robert Goldenberg, who couldn't be here. The Mishnah is notable for, by scholarly consensus, its relative precise dating of 200 to 220 CE under the authorship, or we should say editorial oversight of Rabbi Judah the Patriarch in the land of Israel. No other early rabbinic text is so precisely dated and attributed, making its historiographical value, it would seem, so much greater. There is also, however, a scholarly consensus that the Mishnah is not of one cloth, but many. Being a composite amalgam of traditions spanning several centuries, possibly reaching back into the late Second Temple times. Scholars differ, however, as to whether the Mishnah's editorial strata can be neatly separated from one another. That is, whether, like an onion, its layers can be literarily and historically peeled away. In other words, can the editorial process by which it was formed be reverse engineered? Much, if not most, of the Mishnah's rules, for instance, those dealing with sacrificial worship and attendant requirements of ritual purity, could not be applied in its own time and place 150 years after the destruction of the Second Temple. As I half-jokingly tell my students, if Martians came to the earth and were handed a copy of the Mishnah to read, presumably the Oxford Annotated Martian Mishnah, they would understandably assume, with a few exceptions, that it represents a society in which there were presently a central temple, in which sacrificial offerings of animals, grains, and fruits are made, ruled over by a hereditary king and high priest, whose laws are adjudicated by a stratified judicial system overseen by a supreme rabbinic high court of referral, with power and facilities to execute judgment against capital criminals, including not just murderers, but also adulterers, adulteresses, etc. A previous generation of scholars, most notably J.N. Nepstein and his intellectual heirs, assumed that such inoperative rules were remnants of an earlier time and place, constituting an early, that is, Second Temple Mishnah, Mishnah Rishonah, from a time when they would have been operative, at least in theory. Thanks in large part to the discovery and dissemination of the Dead Sea Scrolls over the past 75 years, accompanied by a heightened interest in other Second Temple writings in a variety of languages, forms, and functions, for which I must say the Enoch Seminar has much to be credited, has yielded a much richer and complex understanding of the varieties of Judaism in the period leading up to and immediately following the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE, especially with respect to legal differences and convergences vis-a-vis both medium and method and message. Similarly, the heightened critical, it is manuscript study of early rabbinic, Mishnaic, and Midrashic literature, which emerged from around 200 to 250 CE, has yielded a much richer and more complex understanding of the rhetorical dynamics of early rabbinic Judaism and its textual culture, again with respect to both medium and message. We might fruitfully think of the period between 70 and 200 CE as what I've called a Tannaitic tunnel, for its relative dearth of both texts and archaeological artifacts, with the important exception of the legal and messianic remains found in the so-called Bar Kokhba caves. We have a clearer but still complex understanding of what things looked like at the beginning of the dark and transformative tunnel as at its end, but uncertainty as to how much of the progressive transformation occurred near its beginning, circa 90 CE, its middle, circa 150 CE, or its Mishnaic end, ca. circa 220 CE. In other words, how much of what can be seen at the end of the tunnel can be retrojected onto its earlier stages. Of course, in cases where we can triangulate our sources, examples of which will be considered shortly, that is early rabbinic and late Second Temple so-called parallels, we are on firmer ground, which is not to say entirely safe ground. Another factor, which was the subject of intense online discussion, as we've already heard this morning, by translators of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah as they began their work, was the fact that the Mishnah frequently uses present participial plural verbal forms without a stated subject, as the Mishnah itself famously begins, Me'ematai, from when do they recite the evening Shema? Me'ematai karim et Shema ba'aravid. Of whom are we speaking? All Jews? Or only Jews and rabbis and their disciples? Is this descriptive of what is actually done, or prescriptive for what should or must be done? Or perhaps it's permissive. From what time may one recite, according to Richard Saracen's rendering in OAM? In any case, Has this always been the described or prescribed or desired practice? For instance, in Second Temple times, pre-70, where evidence of its practice, that is the ritualized recitation of the Shema, is lacking? And what exactly constitutes the Shema that is or is to be recited twice daily? For instance, how many biblical paragraphs and accompanying rabbinic blessings does or did it comprise? And was this the same prescribed and or desired content and manner of twice daily recitation of the Shema in Second Temple times as prevailed, we might assume, at least among the rabbis in Mishnaic times? The Mishnah answers its own question from the hour when the priests enter the temple or their homes to eat their truma, their daily heave offering, alluding to Leviticus 22:7. Does the fact that the proper evening starting time for such recitation, the fact that it's correlated to the times of the priestly temple service, allow us to retroject this practice or obligation to Second Temple times, thereby allowing us to suppose that the liturgical rule was in place and widely practiced already while the temple was still intact and functioning? And if so, for how long and how widely had that been the Second Temple period practice? A lot of questions. We might criticize the Mishnah for being so imprecise, but in a sense, the use of the plural present participial verb forms renders the Mishnah's discourse, divrei Torah, and hence its discussants, dovrei Torah, if we may say, who are engaged in Talmud Torah, as a timeless, or better, trans-temporal, textual, yet oral performance. Needless to say, to the extent that it succeeded, or should we say succeeds, makes our use of it for grand narrative historiographic purposes all the more challenging, but no less rich in its historical significance. Rather than seeking to uncover historical events from between the lines or under the layers of the Mishnah, scholars have begun to understand the construction and dissemination of the Mishnah as we have it, in all its fluidity and multiple voices, as constituting itself an event in the Foucauldian sense of great historical and trans-historical significance and consequence. If one of the Mishnah's main and innovative trademarks is the organization of Torah laws, both written and oral, but principally the latter, into topical rather than scriptural order and structure, it might be fruitfully compared to similar but more partial topical gatherings of laws in the books of Jubilees, Josephus, Philo, the Temple Scroll, the Damascus Document, 4Q MMT, and of course, all hailing in some sense from the book of Deuteronomy. But this similarity between such diverse texts should not mask the fact that the Mishnah is vastly more comprehensive, extensive, self-reflective, multivocal, dialectical, and perhaps, as illustrated by the opening Mishnah again, persistently dialogical. It is seismic in this regard, whereas they shrink in comparison, even if they came into existence much earlier, perhaps opening the way. Much the same could be and has been said for the rabbinic midrash halacha in comparison to its Second Temple antecedents, but that is for another occasion. We might find similar elements of narrative storytelling between the Mishnah and the New Testament, but should not let their similarities mask their critical differences. While both are fundamentally narrative, there is no Jesus-like figure or other saintly rabbinic figures as extensive subjects in the Mishnah. There are individuals who are exemplary, but they are narrated in anecdotal asides rather than in extensive narrative aretologies. We have no individual lives or gospels of the sages, even as we have some remarkable anecdotal stories, that of Honi the Rainmaker in Tractate Tani 3:8, which I'll return to, and the calendrical conflict between Rabbi Joshua and Rabban Gamliel in Tractate Rosh Hashanah 2:8-9 come immediately to mind. While triangulation of late Second Temple, including New Testament and early rabbinic sources, might seek to emphasize their commonalities, particularly with respect to their traditions, it is equally valuable as a historical tool for highlighting their differences, particularly structural, both formal and rhetorical. Let us consider a Mishnah tractate that I did not translate for the OUP. I translated Rosh Hashanah. And in the OUP, it's translated by David Levine, but on which I have a Festschrift article forthcoming, that being the tractate Tanit, one that Epstein considered to largely incorporate early Second Temple Mishnah traditions, Mishnah Rishonah. It begins, much as tractate Brachot begins, from when? Me'ematai. From when do they make mention of God's power to bring rain as part of the thrice daily recitation of the Amidah? Me'ematai maskirim et gvurot gshamim. The tractate mainly concerns itself with public communal fasting and other forms of contrition in response to communal calamities, especially drought. In effect, it describes or prescribes an order for public fasting twice a week, Monday, Thursday, Monday cycles, which become progressively more intensive and more widely practiced as the drought worsens over time. Note that actual public prayer for rain in the daily literature only commences once the pilgrims from Babylonia have had time to return to their homes without being obstructed by rain and muddy waters, according to Mishnah Tanit 1:4. Does this, once again, allow us to presume a Second Temple historical context for this Mishnaic text? Since this view is attributed to Rabban Gamliel, should we assume this is Rabban Gamliel the first, the elder of late Second Temple times and New Testament fame, as in Acts 5 and 22? This is a rhetorical question. The concern with proper rainfall and calamitous consequences of both flooding and drought is not unique to the land of Israel, nor to the rabbis. Rather, it is common, if not universal, but to differing degrees, to all societies that receive their subsistence from the soil, and especially in climates where experience irregular rainfall. As James Fraser once said, of the things which the public magician sets himself to do for the good of the tribe, one of the chief is the control of rain. Similarly, the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics states, the primitive society where the food supply is governed directly by rainfall, the attitude of man towards rain is one of grave anxiety, calculated to produce states of emotional anxiety. Sound familiar? Thus, it should not be surprising that in the Hebrew Bible and Second Temple sources, but interestingly not in the Dead Sea Scrolls, as it is included in the New Testament, there are many examples of mainly individuals fasting and undertaking other forms of abstinence. However, none of these, including the Dead Sea Scrolls, describe or prescribe an ordered, ritualized, repetitive, communal response of fasting to drought, to which the Mishnah devotes an entire tractate. The closest pre-rabbinic parallel, interestingly, is Luke 8:12, where a Pharisee says, quote, I fast twice a week, end of quote, without anything more said, which is commonly presumed to be Monday and Thursdays along the rabbinic paradigm, even though the Pharisees' fasting is not said to be communal or in response to drought, but an example of individual pietism. Therefore, it's very different. The Mishnah in Tanit speaks of certain distinguished individuals, Yechidim, who lead off fasting on behalf of the community, and certain elders, Skenim, who lead in communal prayers of supplication. Are they rabbis, pre-70 Pharisees, or other noteworthy individuals? We don't know. And who is the precocious aforementioned Choni the circle drawer in Mishnah Tanit 3:8, possibly the most commented upon story in the Mishnah, whose verbal supplication to God and circle drawing bring rain and lessen its volume when it becomes excessive? He appears to be neither a Yachid nor a Zaken, as he operates apart from or outside the aforementioned Mishnaic gradated order of fasting and abstinence. Is he a charismatic, decidedly non-rabbinic figure, a sort of anti-hero whose powers of prayer and divine persuasion the Mishnah, in the name of one Shimon ben Shetach, begrudgingly acknowledges but cannot control due to his liminal popularity? Is he in his story historical? Perhaps he's the same as the first century BCE rainmaker Onias, mentioned by Josephus in Antiquities 14:22-24. But upon closer examination, the two stories bear some resemblances, but also major differences. whatever his backward-looking historicity, he has a historical afterlife, as it were, in the expansive retellings in both the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmud, chapter 3 of each, by when he is rabbinized and a total legend, as he may well have been already in Josephus and the Mishnah. Returning to our previous discussion, can any of this be considered historical in the narrow sense of historically true or historiographically reclaimable? Or should we consider first and foremost, should it be considered first and foremost as part of the Mishnah's own event of seeking or imposing order in or on the experienced disorder of the natural world and human response as rabbinically described or prescribed or aspired? That is, rabbinic rules and stories are projected into the very warp and woof of its multi-layered nomo-narrative discourse. Does, and if so, how do the anecdotal chonies of the Mishnah make a historiographical difference? That is not a rhetorical question. Nor are there any simple historiographic rules of thumb to apply, except to allow ourselves to derive pleasure from the Mishnaic text in its profoundly dialogical work. Here I'm channeling Roland Barthes' Le plaisir du texte, the pleasure of the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Fraud, very much. And I'd like to now turn to our third presenter for this morning, afternoon, Professor Krista Dalton.
Thank you so much. I would like to begin by responding to the question that I was asked to address. What does the Mishnah show us about the division between Judaism and early Christianity? My answer is not much. Now, there's certainly more to say on the matter, or we would not be gathered here today, but I want to stake this flag as a heuristic for us to think with. What do we expect the Mishnah to unveil about Judaism and early Christianity and their division? The Mishnah is an anthology of Tanaitic teachings compiled around 200 CE, and it is a weird collection. It was composed in Hebrew at a time when it was more worthwhile to speak Greek. It appears oblivious to the national trauma of Judea and destruction of its temple. It is the first comprehensive Jewish legal system, and yet it cannot quite be called a law code because of how often it fails to resolve arguments and disputes. It is at its most basic level a compendium of observations made by a small handful of men about the lengths and limits of how a Jew might structure their time and property. What do we expect this collection to tell us? Certainly not about Judaism, or rather a universal category of Judaism. The Mishnah reflects the thinking of a small network of Jewish intelligentsia who by the end of the 2nd century had produced a body of literature unlike any contemporaneous writing and without precedent in earlier Jewish literary texts. They were connected by a commitment to a vision of Jewishness driven by halakha, best defined as the rabbinic perception of the totality of Jewish laws and traditions. This collection tells us less about Judaism and more about the articulation of a new Jewish expertise. The production of the Mishnah signaled the formation of a specialist group with a new domain of knowledge. These rabbis learned how to define the objects of their expertise and represent them using a precise hermeneutic only accessible to those with training in rabbinic methods. The Mishnah was intended to be studied, but only to an initiated few who could afford the time. Must it then be made to speak for Judaism? By which I mean, do we benefit from asking this textual collection to serve as witness to how Judaism and Christianity came to part ways? I think we ask too much of the Mishnah. For one, it sets up a concerning path of analysis. If the Mishnah speaks for Judaism in this quest for parting of ways, then we must discount it because we know it does not represent the totality of ancient Jewish religious experience. But this has led to a concerning trend in recent scholarship to minimize the rabbis. It has become fashionable to argue the rabbis were so obscure and insular that they were entirely marginal in Jewish communities, thereby disconnecting them from the lived religion of ordinary Jews. As one recent publication states, the majority of Jews in late antiquity were likely unaware of the sages and their endeavors. Now, it was an important turn when the field recognized that rabbinic literature did not speak for all Jews, but it has now reached the point of siloing the rabbis in ways that reproduce older narratives of rabbinic insularity and thereby divorce them from their own communities. Ancient Jews had more in common with rabbis than not. The rabbis may have initiated a new type of Jewish piety that depended upon their unique grammarian skill, but they did so with the conceptual tools that they already possessed that resonated with a broader piety animating other Jews. The Mishnah represents a piece, but not the pie of religious Jewish experience, and the two must be held in tension. Second, the fact that we are asking this question about what the Mishnah might show us about the division between Judaism and early Christianity is revealing. Through the happenstances of the past, we have a limited selection of texts that speak for the 1st century CE. It is natural to put them into conversation. But what is artificial is the way in which we often do so. We first slot texts into categories. This one is Jewish, this one is Christian, and when they fail to neatly conform to either tradition, they're slapped with the label Jewish Christian, and then we line them up to speak to one another like dolls at a child's tea party. The problem with this approach is that our categories thereby predetermine the conversation and what constitutes as meaningful evidence. We expect these textual collections to speak to our conceptual framework, even if they complicate it. But Judaism is not an object to be identified in the Mishnah or any other ancient text, but rather it's a term describing patterns of thought and behavior linked to a network of associations shared by communities of people. These patterns follow certain recurring routines, but they also converge in meaningful ways, whether as a result of traumatic national events or because people are complicated. This means we might identify certain patterns shared between the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Mishnah, or the New Testament and the Mishnah, but these patterns do not signify the trail that Judaism as an object has traveled, but the contextual subset of concerns, ideas, or actions shared amongst the authors of and actors within our texts. The Mishnah can tell us a lot about the viewpoints of a small handful of men, the assumptions they and their neighbors likely shared, but I do not think it can speak to the actual question, which is when and how Judaism and Christianity became constituted as categorical objects. Not only is the Mishnah entirely unhelpful as a reflection upon post-temple Jewish life, in almost obstinate ways, it clings to the memory of the temple. Its experts immersed in the theoretical particulars of halacha while the world outside burns. Nor does it reflect any direct knowledge about Christianity, which makes sense given the relative limited spread of Christ followers at the time of much of the Mishnah's formation. More to the point at hand, we expect too much of the Mishnah, and that expectation can obscure what evidence the Mishnah actually provides. We might, for example, focus on specific habits. Mishnah Avodah Zarah 1:4, for example, remarks that in Beit Shean, non-Jews would adorn their shops on Roman holidays while Jews kept their shops bare. While this rabbinic anecdote valorizes a certain pious Jew who resists Roman cultural encroachment, the daily life for Jews in Beit Shean was certainly less neat. The text assumes a difference in how Jews interacted with imperial time. We might compare this passage to Tertullian's De Idolatria, which shares about a man whose servants wreathed his gates in celebration of the emperor and was later chastised for such actions. If you have renounced temples, make not your own gate, Tertullian declares. In the small case study, we can observe that the public adornment of entryways in honor of the emperor troubled some people, including Jews and Christians, in similar ways. This might not contribute to a grand narrative about the parting of ways, but it's an important anecdote nevertheless. Or we might consider how the Mishnah complicates an elite versus lived religion approach to ancient Judaism. Not only did the rabbis study the texts and traditions of the Torah, often associated with the elite, but they learned from observing their fathers in the home. Early rabbinic circles comprised several households whose fathers served as role models of piety and whose actions became part of learned tradition. In Mishnah Tractate Peah, for example, Rabban Gamliel remarked, "We had this custom in the house of my father concerning the types of peah given for certain trees." In a different discussion concerning whether a block of wood not originally intended to serve as a seat can contract uncleanness, Rabbi Eliezer ben Zadok cites the precedent of his father's house. 2 blocks were in the house of my father, one unclean and the other clean. And I said to my dad, on one account is this unclean and the other clean. And he said to me, oh, this one, which is hollowed out, is unclean, and the other one, which is not hollow, is clean. And on it sat Haggai the prophet. The memory of learning how his own father determined this purity distinction is invoked to provide proof for rabbinic law. Not only was his dad's ruling deemed permissible, but even more so through the legendary detail that the prophet Haggai directed his own behavior accordingly. This anecdote represents more than just transmission of rabbinic knowledge, but the ways everyday socialization played a key role in that transmission. Rabbis, just like any other Jew, could live religion, and the Mishnah reflects a key moment when socialization shaped rabbinic knowledge. The Mishnah tells us a lot of things. I don't think it tells us about the division between Judaism or early Christianity, nor should we expect it to, since those categories are ours. And by framing the question in such terms, we predetermine our approach to the material. But that doesn't mean the Mishnah does not matter. We're limited to a relatively small number of texts that provide us with windows into the turn of the Common Era, and surely patterns will emerge. These patterns might feel familiar to us, signifying a particular tradition, or surprise us in the variety of sources in which they appear or places where they are absent. We therefore might be better served by training a cohort of scholars whose expertise is geographic or time-bound, rather than Judaism scholars of Jewish texts and Christianity scholars of Christian texts. Could we just have scholars of 200 BCE to 200 CE who learn Greek and Hebrew and maybe a little Aramaic? The problem is that the Mishnah is hard. Its internal logic, structure, and idiosyncrasies require serious study and external aids in order to use the Mishnah as a meaningful source. Nor would such a field, I think, really work, even though we might aspire to it already in our modern graduate school system, because traditions are just so defined in that structure. Students often learn Greek or Hebrew, or they learn one and a little bit of the other. But I think if we do want to understand the Mishnah and its relationship to neighboring texts, we may be well served by just setting aside the quest to identify Judaism and Christianity in our sources, and instead train scholars to look for recurring patterns across a bounded set of material. In the very least, focusing on patterns rather than traditions will allow our sources to stand outside of our own wishes for them and reveal new paths of analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dalton. And my thanks to all of our presenters this morning, this afternoon. We're really opening up the conversation on this topic with some very rich reflections. I would like to now open it up to our discussants first, who are here on the screen. And we'll begin with Natal Alan from Berlin. I think you're still muted, Professor Alan.
Not anymore. I'm not in Berlin anymore. I'm retired.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, I was. I have to say I didn't know I was going to talk at all here because I wasn't sure I would have anything meaningful to say. But I'm glad to say that some of the points that the speakers made raised in me some things that, even though I read their presentations, at least 2 of them earlier, they only came to me while I was listening. So that's an interesting point. So first of all, my connection to this project is that I translated Yevamot for this project. And I remember that Shaye wrote to me and said, we think you can do it. So I'm glad they never gave up on me. But I wanted to talk about, I want to answer Adele on one point, and that was that she sort of said something like the Mishnah didn't care at all about Christianity, or cared only very marginally. It wasn't a major topic that interested Christianity. And I think, or I'll put it another way, this is something I never published because I never wanted to go into this kind of research or anything like that. But I always told my students, what is the Mishnah and why all of a sudden do we have Jews canonizing the oral law? The oral law is probably something that is also mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls and is certainly something that Josephus mentions, the traditions of the fathers and all those things. And suddenly somebody comes along and, if I may say so, canonizes it. Why this sudden need to canonize the Mishnah? And I always tell my students that I think it is a response to the New Testament. I think there's the Old Testament and the New Testament, which is the argument of the Christians who came and said, we are taking over from the Jews. And I tell my students, and the Jews answered. And they said, no, there isn't an Old Testament and a New Testament. There is a First Testament and a Second Testament. And the Second Testament is the Mishnah. And some of the things that were said today about how the Mishnah was edited, like, for example, sort of a departure from the strong relationship to the Hebrew Bible, is, I think, a statement about it being equal to, not dependent on, as good as, and certainly as important. So I think to say that the editors of the Mishnah weren't interested in Christianity is it's a bit of a strange point. I want also to answer Steve. Steve, you said that you translated Rosh Hashanah. Is that true? Yes. Yes. So the Rosh Hashanah is the one tractate that proves to you that there is no temple, because it's where you have all these traditions of Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai about what you do after the temple was destroyed. So it's true that the Mishnah imagines a situation that the temple isn't there, but it also speaks about what happened once the temple was destroyed. It's very marginal, but it's an important point. And it shows, I think, at least in the text about Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai, a strong, what's the word, consciousness, historical consciousness. Something's going on here, something happened, and this is what we do usually, but once the temple was destroyed, we did some other things. And finally, because I'm usually identified with gender, I'd like to say a word about the Mishnah and gender. There's a great argument raging about something that I don't think anybody mentioned today, not in the first session and not in the presentations here, and that is the relationship of the Mishnah and the Tosefta. The question is, who came first? And it's a big question, and there's all kinds of opinions. I also have an opinion on this. It's different from the opinion that has been published up to now. And my opinion is basically, this is in short, I'm saying this in as short as possible, shorthand, as they say. I think the Mishnah it doesn't. I'm not saying the Mishnah uses the Tosefta. I don't think it existed before. And I don't think the Tosefta is a Tosefta. I don't think it's an addition to the Mishnah. I think it's after the Mishnah. I think it uses traditions, older traditions that the Mishnah also used, but I think it's an answer. And I think it's not a friendly answer. I think it's a strong dispute of people who didn't agree about what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi did, and they edited what they thought should have been, the Mishnah should have looked like. One of the topics that we look at when we, the question of gender was only raised here in all the sessions that we heard, was only raised by the people who, I think Chaim, who explained the translation, no, it was Shaye, who said we wanted to translate man as man and not human or person or something like that, and we wanted to, and because this is what the Mishnah is saying, and just because you want to be politically correct, you're not supposed to say something that the Mishnah is not saying. And actually I completely agree with it, and I think this is the right approach. But I do think that if we look at the Mishnah and the Tosefta as competing forces, and if we look at the question that Judith Hartman looked at many years ago and did a great job of it by comparing the attitude of the Mishnah and the Tosefta to women, we see that the Mishnah often cuts them out, removes them, treats them worse, in worse ways. There's many examples that Judith Hartman brought. And the Tosefta preserves traditions that have been cut, removed by the Mishnah, edited out, and so on. The one example that I discovered so many years ago, and even Judith Hartman said it was my discovery, is this text that mentions Bruria in the Tosefta, but in the Mishnah we have exactly the same text, except that instead of Bruria in the Tosefta, Bruria says this, and Rabbi Yehoshua says, Yafeh amra Bruria, Bruria has spoken well. In the Mishnah, we have the same text in the name of Rabbi Yehoshua. So if you ask me what we can see, and this is my last observation about the historical importance of the Mishnah and how it can help us learn texts like Second Temple history and so on, I would say that the Mishnah, we should often look at the Mishnah and see what it says and say, and is there a woman there? And go to the Tosefta, and we'll often find her. Not just a worse woman, we just find them. And I think he's not here now, but Richard Sarson spoke about Dmai. He said he worked about it so well. And if you look at the whole chapter about Am Haaretz in the Mishnah and in Dmai, in Mishnah it's a very short text, but in Dmai it's a huge text. It's a sectarian text. Everybody showed that it's a Second Temple text. And interestingly enough, it has Eshet Chaver in it. And Eshet Chaver does not mean wife of a Chaver, because if it had, you can't talk about the wife of a Chaver who marries an Am Haaretz, because she's the wife of a Chaver. You can talk about the widow of a Chaver, but that's not what the text says. But if she's a member of the Chaverim, she can marry an Am Haaretz. And that is what I wanted to say about the Mishnah. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. I think Professor Fredrickson and then Professor Rosenstieg are next. So please, I'll turn it over.
Thank you. And Tal, thank you for all those rich remarks to these very rich papers. I just want to, in a sense, back up our first paper and third paper by pointing out that we're dealing with the fallacy of question framing when we talk about a separation of Christianity from Judaism. There's a recent book by David Litwa called Found Christianities, where he does a prosopography of 26 different Christian teachers that are all over the map in terms of the type of Christianity that they represent. They're just as we're getting nervous about talking about Judaism, are we talking about the Mishnah and also the inscriptions from the Black Sea? I mean, what are we actually talking about when we talk about it? We have ethnicity as a framing for that, but that doesn't give us any content in terms of the lived religion of all these people. We have to look, and here's some place where I would be in locales and different specific communities. And this is why Steve Mason is so anxious about using the phrase Judaism. Spell check doesn't allow me to write Christianities, but that's what we're dealing with as well. It is just as pluriform. People are arguing with each other, God knows, just as much as any group of rabbis ever did. And so to try to see this as a moment of division imposes a false clarity on the phenomena we're actually trying to get our hands around. So I just wanted to say, if you think Second Temple Judaism, late Second Temple Judaism is tremendously various, some of the material in the New Testament is the same as that Jewish variety. And by the time we're talking around the year 200, there's just tremendous differences in different types of Christians. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yishai?
Yes, thank you. So first, I too want to thank the organizers and to the editors for this really huge project. And I'm really relieved that it will be more accessible soon, and hopefully it will be also in a copy-paste format that we can use it without, typing it each time anew. And I want to follow up a little bit about this direction of Mishnah and Second Temple literature, less the roots of Christianities, maybe later in the discussion. But I want to do it in a way that will be, I think, a little bit more positive, hopefully not in the, in the price of naivete from the speakers. Obviously, the Mishnah has its own, stands on its own and does not need to be an auxiliary in order to have, to be important. But this discussion is important because part of the goal of a translation is to kind of enter a text into discussion, into wider discussions. And the Mishnah does not have a very simple career in this context. And so, for example, although in the Mishnah we have a huge revolution in terms of the inner world and the place of intention and will in its different laws, you won't find it in discussions on intention and will in antiquity or late antiquity or Hellenism, even Jewish Hellenism, outside, the specific discussion of the history of halakha. So I think it is not redundant to emphasize the possible, fruitful, bi-directional relationship with Second Temple literature, with all its forms and types, without forgetting all the right caveats that there is no Judaism here, almost non-history, there is no a transparent window to traditions, etc. So I want to emphasize both directions, from Second Temple to the Mishnah and from the Mishnah to Second Temple. So first, how Second Temple explicate the Mishnah. So dating traditions in the Mishnah. Mishnah Midot, for example, when compared to the Temple Scroll and to Josephus, is, I think, quite clearly more synthetic, combining different traditions. Later, I will say, unlike the attempt to kind of throw it backwards. Then where did these halachot of the Mishnah come from, to see them in a more embryonic manner in Second Temple literature? For example, Mishnah Shabbat and Serech Dinei Shabbat in the Damascus Covenant. And also something that is dear to my heart, the way different texts in Second Temple literature explicate exceptional places in the Mishnah that are hard to grasp because they are so laconic and lack context. So Choni was mentioned, and I will also mention Seir LaAzazel. This is an Enoch seminar, so I think it's not kind of redundant to say that without the Book of Watchers, we can't understand the metaphysical baggage of Azazel and of the Seir LaAzazel and the importance of its annihilation, the cliff, all of which are not in the Bible, in the biblical Seir LaAzazel. Now the other side, very quickly, how the Mishnah explicate Second Temple literature. I would say that it can explicate kind of traditions, atomic traditions in Second Temple literature that are much more detailed in the Mishnah. For example, Tum'ah V'Tahara, that Adele already mentioned in specific context. Then, of course, traditions about the temple, and again, not in any naive way, but even skeptics like me recognize that there are temple traditions in the Mishnah, and sometimes we even have ways of reconstructing them, identifying them. I've tried to do it in my work on the Seir LaAzazel, to separate between what seems like temple reality, abusing the seir, for example, in what seems like, rabbinic Beit Midrashic imagination. Then a testimony to the Nachleben of what seems to be some kind of branch of Pharisaic tradition, and therefore helping us reconstruct the life and their afterlife. And again, nothing is simple, and yet we do have to remember that the similarity between the laws that the scrolls are arguing with and those that the Mishnah ascribed to the Pharisees and identify with is quite remarkable. And more generally, the centrality of halakha to, I would say, types of Judaism in first century BCE, first century CE, I think are also kind of enlightened by the Mishnah. Obviously, this centrality was not born in the 2nd century, and yet at least until Miktzat Maaseh Torah, it was not fully, I think, appreciated in the context of Second Temple, late Second Temple Judaism. And lastly, and I think this is not less important, that showing through the Mishnah, showing phenomena that does not exist or almost does not exist in Second Temple literature, and only through its contrast we can actually identify it. For example, the way Hayim Lapin, for example, show that Nezikin, is almost a halachic area that was born as a halachic area in the Mishnah. So all these matters that we may see as trivial, but I think are quite, helpful, even necessary in our reconstructing history of traditions, history of halakha, and history of specific branches of Judaisms of the time. Adkan.
Thank you, Shaye. I just want to pause to remind those who are attending the session that if you have specific questions for members of our panel, to please post those in the chat, and we will collect those and read them later in the session. I'd like to now see if some of our other discussants, perhaps Professor Wallenberg, would like to contribute now to the conversation.
I will probably put off any questions I have until everyone else has spoken, but I did want to just bring up one very small comment about something Professor Iman said. It's interesting that Rosh Hashanah is the one place in the Mishnah where we see that break with the imaginary sort of anti-historicity of the temple moment, because you also see that in other, not contemporary, but like late antique literature. Chrysostom, for example, really goes off on a bit of a rant about how we've misidentified shofar as something that was from the temple, but this is a real break and there's a temporal moment here. And we shouldn't answer it now, but as an aside, I am curious as to why shofar and Rosh Hashanah and that one moment is the only one that people really, clamped on as a break. It's not the one I would have thought of, right, of all of them. But I will let others speak first, please, if you don't mind.
Of course. It's a great question. Professor Shipman, Professor Copeland-Spelch.
Thank you. I want to begin by saying that I don't think we really should be discussing the Mishnah and its contribution to Second Temple period. We need to talk about Tannaitic literature in general. Because, to a great extent, Tal already opened this question, which is that it's not clear that the Mishnah or a specific Mishnah is your earliest source. And then I want to extend this further by saying, especially in light of what we heard from Adele, that very often we have to bring in early Christian literature. And in fact, very often the earliest evidence that we have for certain things is in the New Testament. Also important. And so what I want to say in general terms, and I think it hasn't been emphasized here enough, is that we often need to go back. I hope you can hear me now that they turned me off. You can hear me. Good? Okay.
We can hear you, yes.
To make use of quite a number of sources, and discussion of the Mishnah as if somehow as a standalone, it would be a key to Second Temple Judaism is not true. And I say that despite the fantastic example and elsewhere for very specific parallels with the Mishnah. But then I want to emphasize that we always have to remember that there are two types of situations that we will be encountering in going to Second Temple Judaism with rabbinic material. In some cases, we will be going to situations in which the rabbinic material has what I guess we would call positive parallel, a similar practice of being mentioned. Having what essentially is a polemical situation in which rabbinic material, Talmudic material, may speak of a practice which may have certain commonality, but may be very different from the practice which we find in the material in Second Temple times. So the notion that there is a kernel in Second Temple times to things that we find later on, looking at it, because rather what we're often dealing with is parallel development of two alternative trends in Jewish law, or alternative ideas in some conceptual areas, which are developing and which we are now seeing at different time periods, where we're making a comparison between a later text and an earlier text. But in fact, what we're dealing with here is things that are competition, essentially, and that we are seeing in these different texts. Now, this is where I think the field was thrown a terrible curve by the late Professor Neusner, and it was hopeless to try and explain to him that Second Temple Judaism, Second Temple material often argues against some of the ideas that some of this material came into being, creatio ex nihilo, in the Second Temple. Is not true, as we can see from so much of this evidence. But when we look at the Second Temple period evidence, we are for the most part looking at an opposing trend. And curiously, when it comes to practice in early Christian documents, we are often looking at the Pharisaic trend. Even with the polemics against the Pharisees in the Gospels, we are often looking at the Pharisaic trend, the reading of the prophets in the synagogue. Who is the first person that we know that read a prophetic text in the synagogue? And of course, it's Jesus. And who is the first person we know who was named at his circumcision ceremony, a practice not even mentioned really in rabbinic literature? And it's a Jewish practice where the New Testament is the earliest source. But my point is that trend in New Testament material is often in line with time. In much of our other Second Temple texts is this alternative priestly tradition, and the two are not going to be, should not be treated as one being the kernel of the other, which is the old halakha yeshana, the old halakha of the days of Louis Ginsburg, despite his great work on the Damascus document. But rather, it turns out that the guy who was right is Geiger, that you have two trends, many areas. So I would say that my biggest point here, though, is that we really can't talk about the Mishnah as a standalone contributor to the question of understanding Second Temple Judaism. If you use it as a standalone contributor, I think you would have no choice but either to say it's worthless or to use it in a ridiculous manner of a kind of, exactly what we've all moved away from in so many years. And on the whole variety of sources, you end up with this a much more rich point of view and the ability to reconstruct a tremendous amount about the earlier history of Pharisaic tradition, pre-Tannaitic tradition, and also a better way of understanding the alternatives that were being debated in Second Temple times. And I want to add one other point here, which is that we say that we wouldn't have understood a lot of this stuff without the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you actually take a look at what was known with Apocrypha and Pseudepigrapha and all that stuff, we could have known it. It's just that the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's funny that I'm saying this, the Dead Sea Scrolls shocked us, or shocked the field, into understanding so many of these things about the varieties of Judaism, even though if you actually look at the material that was known before, a few scholars were on to a lot of this already. But so I think that the main points I want to make is we have to look at a lot of sources in order to put things together and not look at a standalone source. And at the same time, I would say that we have to remember that we are often dealing with competing trends, not a proto version of the same stuff. By the way, that we also know that what people used to think were textual variants are part often of a competing recension. So thank you for the new Mishnah, and thank you for the session.
Thank you, Professor Shipman. I think we'll see if Professor Koblenz-Bouch has any comments, and then we'll turn it over to Professor Bocaccini.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the organizers, Gabriela, Jonathan, Philip, and Joshua for the invitation, and also the editors of and contributors to the Oxford Annotated Mishnah for this important new translation. I'm enthusiastic about this resource and how it serves readers of the Mishnah today. I've been asked to serve as a discussant to the contributions of Steve, Adela, and Krista, and I'm grateful for their reflections to the questions posed to them by the conference organizers. The presenters responded with appropriate methodological attention to the issues posed. Scholars of Judaism and antiquity want to avoid past infelicities. For this reason, I'm appreciative of the care and the nuance of Adele and Krista in responding to the questions posed. Respectively, to what extent and in what ways can and should we use the Mishnah for the study of Second Temple Judaism and Christian origins? And what does the Mishnah show us about the division between Judaism and early Christianity? I agree with their approaches toward methodological issues brought to bear on these questions. I'm intrigued especially by Stephen's comments about Mishnah as history, and that's the title of his presentation, especially in light of the Mishnah's trans-temporal nature. Steve's comments left me thinking about matters of genre and the different texts we attempt to read that may have been utilized for performance or are highly imaginative and resist historicized readings or conventional approaches to historiographical writings. Steve's approach, it strikes me, and also the remarks of Adele and Krista, remind me that we need to read the Mishnah on its own terms. And here I'm a bit of an interloper since I tend to work on texts produced prior to the turn of the Common Era. But I'm wondering about the lessons that we can learn from their approaches to the Mishnah and the approach exemplified by the editors of and contributors to the new Oxford Annotated Mishnah as we read ancient text that resist expectations, especially in terms of genre and historiography. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Bocaccini?
I appreciate it very much whatever Adele and Stephen and Krista said. I think that they expressed very well, which is probably the common feeling of all of us about the relation between the Mishnah and Second Temple Judaism. I would like simply to address a problem that Talilan said about this sort of parallel between New Testament and the Mishnah. Of course, there was no New Testament at the time in which the Mishnah was written. There were texts that then later were collected as a New Testament. But I think there is some truth in the fact that we are facing groups that were using their own oral tradition in order to understand the biblical text. So in this sense, the Mishnah is not less new than the New Testament. In reality, this was not how the Mishnah has been perceived by both Jews and Christians along the centuries, because the Mishnah has been understood generally as a conservative text, because this is what the way it is presented also in Pirkei Avot, that this is the tradition that was given to Moses on Mount Sinai. So this is the codification of a pre-Christian tradition. And by the way, this idea of the Mishnah as a very old text was shared by both Jews and Christians for opposite reasons. I mean, for the Christians, this was a way to enlighten, to emphasize their faith as a new revelation that was not understood by the Jews. And for the Jews, was a way to emphasize their loyalty to this ancient tradition. But of course, the consequences were very strong, both in Judaism and Christianity. In Christianity, the Mishnah was seen as the normative tradition of Judaism since antiquity, and so could be used to describe the background of New Testament. It's not only a matter of a Strack and Billenbeck. We have already in the 16th century the Ore Talmudic, Hebraic and Talmudic by John Lightfoot, written at the end of the 16th century, and many other texts that are doing exactly the same. From the point of view of Judaic studies, the Mishnah, because it was considered simply codification of ancient traditions, did not gain a lot of attention in itself. I also said in the previous panel that I was trying to see how few studies we have of the Mishnah as a document in Judaic studies. We don't have a long tradition of studying the Mishnah as a document. We have a long tradition of studying the traditions in the Mishnah, as it was part of the oral tradition that was simply codified at a certain time or in relation to the Talmud. I was very pleased to see that in the introduction to the new annotated Oxford Mishnah, we have a paragraph that starts saying what is new in the Mishnah. So, because the Mishnah is not a conservative document, it's a very innovative document. We have ideas that are new. The general framework of presenting the oral Torah as a unit and not simply as traditions of the fathers. The idea of the persistence of the Torah, for instance. These are all ideas that are attested for the first time in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah should be considered as an innovative document that is creating a new worldview that did not exist before. So is there any way out to this tension that we are all aware of it? Because while the Mishnah is creating a new framework, we all recognize that some traditions in the Mishnah predates the Mishnah. And I think that the only way out is to make a clear distinction between the building and the bricks. The building is new, even though some bricks that were used to construct this new building are very ancient. The problem is that is the building that ultimately gives meaning to the way in which any single brick is used. And we don't know the way in which the old bricks were used and which role they played in proto-rabbinic traditions, which make very difficult to use the material of the Mishnah in the understanding of Second Temple Judaism, unless, as Adele said, we have some clear parallels with some Second Temple Jewish texts that may provide a better understanding of the framework in which these traditions were used at the time. But in any case, we are facing a new building with a lot of old bricks. And sometimes, like when we see old bricks recycled in new forms of architecture, is very difficult to understand how these old bricks were used before they were recycled as component of a new building. So I remain a person on the skeptical side, unless I have solid evidence from Second Temple Judaism or possible parallels for some of the material used in the Mishnah. And I will second what Adele said at the beginning. The Mishnah, the importance of the Mishnah is in itself, not for being useful for something else. So we should pay a lot of attention to the Mishnah for what the Mishnah meant at the beginning of the 3rd century when the Mishnah was written, and for the new building that was created by creating this document.
Thank you. Joshua is telling that we have the list of Rebecca and Tessa and then Jonathan Adler. So Rebecca, did you have something to contribute at this point, or do you still? Okay, I'll turn it over to Professor Rajak then.
Sorry, am I unmuted?
We can hear you, yes.
So very quickly, because I realize time is running on and lots of people will want to say things from all over. I haven't yet had a chance to absorb and engage fully with this volume. I just wish it had existed all those years ago when I started my engagement with Josephus and situating him within Judaism and his world. I'm delighted that it exists before I conclude that, perforce conclude my engagement, and I can still benefit and enjoy it. And thank you very much to the editors. This is indeed a landmark publication, at least 120, I would say, not just 100 years. So I just wanted a quick word, in a way, if I may frame it, because it's the simplest, in response to Giovanni. Josephus was mentioned once or twice earlier, possibly by Tal or by Adele. And in a way, a bit of a hobby horse for me, but we probably should not be, I feel we shouldn't talk about or attempt to grasp and to grip Second Temple Judaism without having Josephus in some sense center stage. And what Josephus on the one hand, and indeed the Qumran material on the other hand, say to me in relation to the Mishnah is that it's more than a question of building blocks. The Mishnah may indeed be new architecturally and in all sorts of ways. And I liked Steve's model of that tunnel where we really don't quite know what was going on and how it emerged. But there are deep continuities, and that's the point I want to make. Josephus's halachic turn in the Appion with the very short, frustratingly short, but and in itself cryptic, but all and outward oriented, but all important summary of the Jewish law, as some call it. And it's not just a question of surviving traditions. And here I defer to Tal, Choni here, and this bit there. It's deeper things. It's the sense of this temple surviving, but also destroyed at the same time. We talk about it as though it were here, and yet we talk about lamenting its destruction, and in Josephus's case, describing it. And it seems to me that there are many other such deep points of orientation that can be related when we consider to specific areas of Mishnah, when we consider them. There are differences too, of course, and Josephus always has an eye to each different audience, different functions, different literature, but there is something there of the continuity. And I think just from a quick look through the wonderful new 3 volumes, I think that they will help me at any rate in my search for understanding what that continuity really means.
Thank you. Professor Adler?
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Thank you to all of the presenters. I just wanted to, so I mentioned in the chat, I first raised the data source of archaeology. I just wanted to flesh that out a little bit with one interesting example where we've talked a lot about continuity and development that we find in the Mishnah. There are some aspects that we actually don't find in the Mishnah or in the Tosefta, but we do find in Second Temple actual practice that we see through archaeology, and specifically I'm thinking of tefillin. So when we look at the tefillin that have come out from the Judean desert, we have a world of halachic, I'm using the term loosely here, interpretations that we can reverse engineer from the actual finds. And we can see variety in terms of how these ideas were being interpreted and actually put into practice. We find none of this in the Mishnah, almost none of this in the Mishnah, almost none of this in the Tosefta. And I think it suggests to us the fact that we find none of this in the Mishnah or the Tosefta, not that Tannaitic rabbis weren't thinking about these things, but for whatever reasons, these didn't find their way neither into the Mishnah nor into the Tosefta, despite the fact that, again, these were things that people certainly were thinking about in the first century and the second century. So I think this and tefillin is not the only. We shouldn't assume that tefillin is the only subject like that. So I think looking at the material evidence is extraordinarily important for that reason.
Yeah, thank you. And I think your observation is very apt, and I think it speaks to a kind of sense that we're not dealing with the entirety of Jewish practice in the Mishnah itself, but rather one specific kind of presentation of it. I was interested that you didn't pick on all the archaeological metaphors that have been surfacing here about reuse of bricks and tunnels, because I think those are also kind of apt considerations as well. That I've been sort of pondering the value of that, and as well to think about not only the material culture that's more broadly construed, but also thinking about what is preserved and what isn't helps us get into relief what the agenda and objective is of the Tanaim in producing these and other documents. We're now at a point where the floor is open to the broader discussion. I think Professor Reinhardt's had a response that she's been percolating in the chat and wanted to hear from her as well.
Yeah, I just, this has been a very interesting discussion, and I think there's a lot of consensus in broad terms and a lot of interesting observations. I just wanted to respond really briefly to Tal's comment about the writing down of the Mishnah, the compilation of the Mishnah as a response to the canonization of the New Testament. I don't know, maybe I'm just a skeptical historian, but I think we would need a lot more evidence to come to that conclusion. We would need a lot more evidence of direct engagement or concern on the part of the rabbis about the fledgling movement. The canonization of the New Testament itself was a very complicated matter, not a linear process. Different lists of authoritative books were proposed at different times by different groups, often directly kind of fighting with each other as groups were competing for what it meant to be Christianity, I just don't see any hint anywhere that these processes were part of an engagement of what we might call Christianity in an overgeneralized way with the Tanaim. I just don't see that. So I would really be careful before proposing this, as historical probability to students. That's the end.
Right. So I'll just say it's a good thing I don't teach anymore, isn't it? No. I said I didn't publish it, and the reason I didn't publish it is I never researched the topic, but I have a gut feeling that we have to explain to ourselves what's going on. Why is somebody all of a sudden working on this canon? What's it an answer to? And I have a feeling that it's an answer to somebody who comes and says, you're not real Jews, because real Jews have two testaments, the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're saying, right, you're right. We have this the other testament, and we'll show it to you, and this is the Mishnah. So this is just a gut feeling. I'm not saying it, and I'm not saying I have sort of concrete evidence for it. It's a gut feeling. And I apologize if in this learned community I sometimes, or I find it correct to voice a gut feeling. That's all. But thank you, Adele.
Gut feelings, can often lead to fruitful insights. And I do think it's an interesting question as to why within various movements at the same period of time, there's a move towards canonization. I just don't think we need to always see it as, a clash of one big group that became Jews and one big group that became Christians. And certainly on the New Testament side, in terms of canonization, it's too complex a process and was not by any means resolved yet at this time. So it couldn't point to, one New Testament. And if there was a first Mishnah, that might be evidence of efforts of canonization or, compilation before we actually have the Mishnah. So it's an interesting question. I'm just not sure that, I think we need a more complicated answer. That's all.
I think one way to complicate it as well, to add into this, and perhaps Rebecca might also comment, because this is more her area of expertise, is other efforts towards maybe not large C canonization that are occurring in this time period, but at least small C canonization, where groups of people are demarcating or beginning to demarcate the boundaries of texts that they consider in some ways to be authoritative. We see this already in Josephus to some degree, but at least you're beginning to see this more broadly, at least for the Hebrew Bible, during this time period as well. So I think this is part of some sort of broader movement. And what exactly, I think you're right to ask this question, Professor Reinhardt, is motivating it is a question which I don't think scholarship has really quite gotten to a satisfactory answer on this.
Could I make my comment, which is more of a question, which is why I didn't want to say something earlier? I know, isn't that funny? Usually we go the other way, but both Professor Dalton and Professor Reinhardt made some really gave some pointed examples of the ways in which older misimaginings of the Mishnah or its sort of author community in relation to the rest of the late antique communities, the way those are just hanging on, right? We can still today read something which I thought we'd agreed pretty much 40 years ago was not in fact the case. And the comment part of this is, I think that it relates to what just happened now. I've noticed that we've gotten so much more responsible as the decades go by about how we tell big narratives, right? We often don't do them in publication anymore. We don't say, this is how these various communities relate, or this is how I understand the sort of cultural religious landscape in this really definitive way, because we don't actually know, right? And now we've sort of come back into saying, here's what I can defend, here's what I can prove. But the trouble with that is, I think a lot of people, were educated maybe in their undergraduate years, their early graduate reading exams on these older narratives. They're grand arcs, they're very exciting, they really grasp the imagination. And if you don't offer your own theory in, counterpoint, those never really go away. However, as we saw just now, I think a lot of us have those grand theories, right? Our minds have a cultural landscape of how we understood these various communities in late antiquity to relate to one another, and maybe how they related to the Second Temple past. And I think a lot of us only tell those to our students, right? I mean, I will say things in an undergraduate classroom that you could not pay me $10,000 to say here on a recorded Zoom session, right? At the same time, most of the people in this room are far more established and senior and frankly famous than I am. And I wanted to invite anyone who feels like it. This is a particularly illustrious panel of speakers and questioners. what is it actually that you tell your students? Do you secretly have a theory that you would like to share, but you can't quite prove? I mean, how do you think of these in your own minds? And you don't have to share it now, and you don't have to share it on Facebook. But the question invitation I wanted to offer was that, I don't know, I think we should make room for these again. Because otherwise our students are going to say something like the Mishnah was the background to the Jesus movement, and we're not going to be able to stop them. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm imagining a whole new genre of publication emerging from this session. I haven't quite got a title yet, but I like the idea. We'll turn it over to Stephen Fraud.
And it's all my fault, eh?
Not your fault. It may lead to good things, you know. So.
I just, I wanted to give a plug, because I don't think it was mentioned either this morning or this afternoon, of another, maybe you might say, companion volume to the annotated Mishnah, and that is the volume, What is the Mishnah, published, I think also edited by Shaye Cohen, based on some conferences at Harvard. I think it's published by Harvard University Press within the last year. Yeah. And it's an excellent collection of essays dealing with some of the questions that have come up, for instance, the relation of the, I'm doing this from memory, the relation of the Tosefta to the Mishnah by Shama Friedman, and relation of the Mishnah to the Dead Sea Scrolls by Vered Noam. And I believe Moshe Halbertal has a chapter on Mishnah and Halacha. Ishai, do you have something in that volume? I somehow recall. So it's a very rich volume. And what I wanted to stress is, you know, the question is, what is the Mishnah? And you can read through the book, excellent essays dealing with all of these aspects. And I myself come out with the question, I still don't know. In other words, if I had to define what the Mishnah is, any definition will fall short, which is not to say it's unequaled or unprecedented. One could perhaps say the same thing of other ancient books if you had to give a one-word title. But even what the word Mishnah means as the name of this collection, I mean, does it come from Mishneh Torah in Deuteronomy 17, a kind of second Torah, Deuteronomy, a second Deuteronomos? Does it refer to the manner of study, oral teaching, lishnot, to teach through repetition, through memorization? So there is a sort of mystery about this text that I think eludes clear definition, and a whole volume of excellent essays on what is the Mishnah. I come in, if I still had to give a one-sentence definition, I'd have trouble, which also relates to the question, what does it exactly mean to speak of canonization with respect to the Mishnah? I think it's really a can of worms that's worth opening. But is it refer to the manner of study? Does it refer to what's in and what's out? Does it refer to its status, to its authoritative, to its, you know, there's a whole range of issues. So I think some, as I said earlier this morning, there's nothing that scholars sometimes fear, but is most appropriate to scholarship, and that is a sense of modesty, that at the end of the day, will we know, how much more will we know about what the Mishnah is and how best to study it?
Great, thank you. I think Esther Chazon was next.
Could you unmute, please?
You're muted, Esther. Okay, now it's fine.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't do it myself. Thanks. I thought it was really interesting what Rebecca just said, which is there are things we tell our students and things that we discuss with each other over coffee or wine, depending on the time of day, that we're not really willing to publish. And the reason we're not willing to publish or go on, I think, on a recording to say it, is because we really can't prove them. We have ideas looking at the corpora and the cultures and so forth. And that takes me back to what I really wanted to ask. It's a question to Steve, essentially, because, I think like almost everyone, and perhaps everyone on this panel, we're very uncomfortable using the Mishnah anachronistically to talk about, to learn things about Second Temple Judaism, or even to the earliest New Testament books. And so we have to do it, at least to my mind, in a very, very isolated way, only where the parallels are very, very close, or there's a very close contrast. And Steve mentioned triangulation of sources, which I think is something that I've done, but I'd like him to please explain what you mean and to give some examples. You didn't have time to do that, and I would love to hear what you have to say about it.
Well, I think, am I muted? I'm okay. I think comparison is at the heart of humanistic study. That is, that we can't study anything without comparing it to something else. And comparison always involves at least two aspects. One is similarity and one is dissimilarity. If it's only similarity, then there's no point in comparing the two because they're the one and the same thing. If it's only dissimilarity, then there's no point in comparing the two because they have nothing in common. So it's always very difficult to find the right balance. And I've devoted a good bit of my scholarship to comparisons between Dead Sea Scrolls or other aspects of late Second Temple Judaism, the Temple Scroll, Damascus Document, 4QMMT, to early rabbinic texts, some of which are quite remarkable for their parallelism. Their similarities, even as they come from, it might say, entirely different contexts and entirely different worlds. And I think the power of comparison is that whatever you're comparing to sheds what you think you know in a new light. There's a way in which putting two things next to each other and thinking about what they have in common, what they differ, is a way of viewing them in a different context, in a different way. And presumably, if you're comparing, let's say, the Temple Scroll to the Mishnah, as I did with the rules of the laws of the king in Deuteronomy 17, you're juxtaposing two texts, two artifacts that their authors, their communities would have known nothing of the other, presumably. So it puts things in greater relief, and it forces you to look at things in a different context than you might otherwise have done. So I found that to be richly, and I've done quite a bit of it with the Mishnah and Dead Sea Scrolls in particular, without having to claim there's any direct connection or knowledge or influence or borrowing or lending or whatever. So I think it's a very, and I think it's really at the heart of what we do in the humanities is looking at things in relation to other things that might at first seem to be totally unrelated. Josephus, I mean, the whole question of looking, I've done less with Josephus, but the monumental work that Talston, Talilan, and Vered Noam did in terms of really getting the nuts and bolts of the parallels, narrative parallels, in particular between Josephus and the Talmud, early rabbinic literature, is an immense service. But I think at the end of that whole enterprise, the conclusion they'd come to is there seems to be some common elements that they both, traditions that they both drew on, but not necessarily cognizantly.
And I would add to that too, that I think that, your efforts and other people's efforts, Tal's efforts and others towards this type of comparative project is kind of essential, because we're still, if you think in terms of the history of scholarship, at the kind of very beginning phases of this was not the type of scholarship that would have been done in the 19th century. And so we're really only maybe 100 years into this broader comparative project, which has been spurred on, as Larry noted rightly earlier, by the discovery and publication of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I envision we'll continue to have this conversation for many, many years to come.
Yeah, I would just add to what I said previously, that to me a great interest is what I would call morphological comparison. The form, as Marshall McLuhan said, what is it? The medium is the message. The form is in some sense also the content. And I think there's a tendency in our field, both in New Testament, early Christianity, Second Temple Judaism, rabbinic literature, is to somehow extract the traditions from the textual forms in which they are transmitted. And I think that does a grave injustice to the to the text as if to strip them of their textual dress, form, as somehow being irrelevant or discardable, and getting to the the inner core, the historical kernel, or whatever. And I think morphological comparison is very valuable, regardless of whether you posit any direct or indirect borrowings or influences. I mean, to get back to something that Tal said, I think it was Tal said earlier, this whole idea of a twofold revelation, of a twofold inheritance. I mean, it's something that runs across Second Temple and early Rabbinic and early Christian literature, whether it's the Nigla and the Nistar, or the literal and the allegorical for Philo, or the two laws of Jubilees, or Torah Shebiktav, Torah Shebal Peh, obviously later in its development, New Testament, Old Testament. I mean, it's something that almost every literature group that we have has this sense of that there's a twofold revelation, that there's something like Torah, and there's something like Mishnah. Now, they didn't borrow that, I don't think, from one another, but they're all responding to a sense that revelation needs to be continued. And once you're going to continue it, what form does that continuation take? Does it take is it a pesher, a commentary? Is it a rewritten Bible? All of the ancient groups, and I think the New Testament and Old Testament, or old, originally Brit Chadashah, Old Covenant and New Covenant, each of these groups is having to define itself by what the second part of the revelation is. I mean, the Book of Deuteronomy is where it all begins. Deuteronomos, the second law. I mean, this runs across all of the texts that we look at, but it also takes a kind of morphological form. What form does that second revelation, or does that second Torah does it take? Does it take the same form as the first, or does it need to be differentiated from it by taking a different form? The commentary form is a good example of that. And therefore, if comparing Pesher to Midrash, seems to me, not just in terms of their contained traditions, but in terms of the form, the way in which they're performed, the way in which they're taught, the way in which they are transmitted. People in the ancient world didn't sit around a seminar table, each with a copy of the same biblical text, and try to explicate it. I mean, there's a kind of unseen orality that runs throughout, whether it's Torah Shebal Peh or not.
Thank you. I think Joshua has a couple of questions from our audience for us at this point.
Actually, the questions were addressed in various responses. There was one question specifically for Larry, and I've given that to him through the chat.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to him to maybe address that question.
Before that, I just want to say one of the things I tell students, and I don't put into print, is that rabbinic literature is the New Testament of Judaism. And that's sort of like what Steve had been saying, and it's a kind of wisecrack, but as a wisecrack, it's true. And before I react to the question, I want to react, I think something Jonathan said, that we're like less than 100 years into this. It's not true. We're into it from the Renaissance, with Azaria de Rossi and John Lightfoot. On the Christian side, it was mentioned by Gabriella. And I think that when historians write this, they realize it's one continuum of issues in which at each generation we get more material. There's the generation of the rabbinic literature, the early days. There's Greek literature. Then there's the period when the Apocrypha and Pseudepigrapha are coming to Europe, 1700s, 1800s. Then there's the period of the Cairo Geniza. Then there's the period of archaeology, maybe the overlap, those periods. But Second Temple and Rabbinic and New Testament archaeology is later. And then there's the period of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it keeps going like that. So I don't believe that this is some kind of radical new thing that scholars have to deal with. And what we leave that from, a couple hundred years ago. Now the question.
Well, let me just interject for a second to take chair's privilege on that. I don't think it's radical that we're doing it per se. I think you could arguably trace it back to Origen as someone who's already doing this in the 3rd century, right? but I think what we're doing is this kind of democratization of it. Like you're tracing particular individual figures in centuries where we have like, I don't know, 15, 20, 100 people on here who are all engaged in this sort of what I think is a very transgressive act to really talk about New Testament, rabbinic texts, and Dead Sea Scrolls and pseudepigraphic literature, all this material as if it's part of one common tapestry. I think that's the part where it's part of a more common discourse rather than being an isolated expert who produces something that we all then look at but don't really engage at any deep level. Maybe I'm wrong in that assessment, but
it's a time for another debate, maybe, because we don't have too much time. And I want to answer, I'm supposed to answer Vicky Peterson's question here, which was earlier you made the point, at least as I heard and understood it, that what we might read in New Testament writings as polemic against Pharisees can be regarded as polemic within Pharisaic thinking, within early Judaism, where we can read further. You see, this isn't exactly what I said. What I was trying to say is that even though early Christianity is pictured in the Gospels, at least, in constant polemic with the Pharisees, that many of the aspects of it are closer to the Pharisees than to other groups. But I just have to say that when we take a look at the halachic polemics, I actually don't know if we should say that, and I'll tell you why. Because many of these halachic polemics can be also lined up with Dead Sea Scrolls views and Pharisaic views. And when we see that, we realize that the position sometimes of early Christianity is, or whatever you want to call it, what's being pictured as early Christianity in the Gospels is a position which is independent and in many ways different from either of those other positions, and in fact, often a much more lenient position than the position that's attributed to the Pharisees. So while what she has said is often true about certain polemics in the New Testament, others, I think, separate what is being attributed to early Christianity from Pharisaic views. I think it's very complicated. That's really what my answer is to the question. And there's no one rule. It's so easy to say that Christianity is just inside the Jewish sects and this kind of thing. And I think that I think Jonathan just said this actually, that this putting it as one big continuum without making sometimes distinctions and understanding that Christianity in certain ways is moving in a different direction than these particular other groups that we're studying at the same time. So I think she read me as saying a little bit something a little different than what I really had said or meant to say. I don't know, maybe she knew better than I did.
Thank you for clarifying that, Professor Ship, and I think that's a helpful delineation for all of us to know. Certainly this conversation is far from finished, but we want to be respectful of people's time. And I know a number of people have had to leave a little early due to other commitments, but we're so grateful for all of you being with us today for this wonderful discussion, both of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah, and then also the implications of the Mishnah for thinking about broader scholarly conversations. I want to just see if my colleagues have any closing comments before we bid everyone adieu for the day.
Simply last word to thank everybody for attending this colloquium, for the editors and the translators of the Oxford Annotated Mishnah, and to all the wonderful people that have contributed to these panels, to those who have attended, and the many people that have attended directly on Zoom and also through Facebook. I saw that our meeting has been widely broadcast on Facebook in many different pages, in many different groups. So we have reached a very large audience, and I hope that everybody has gained from this discussion some good things to think, as I did, as I think all of us has done. And again, thank you to everybody. Thank you to Joshua in particular for all the technical assistance and the organization of a meeting, to all the institutions that have collaborated with the seminar to the organization of this event. And let's see again soon for other events of the seminar. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Gabriella.